What if Harry became so powerful that the Goblin Nation offered their princess as his bride? Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry became so powerful that the Goblin Nation offered their princess as his bride? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. The weight of gold. The goblin's blade stopped 3 inches from Harry's throat, and honestly, Harry was more annoyed than scared. Really? He said, not bothering to move. I just came to check my vault balance. The blade didn't waver. Neither did the 6 other goblins who'd materialized from nowhere, surrounding him in the Gringotts lobby like he'd tried to rob the place instead of walking through the front door like a normal person. Wizards and witches scrambled for the exits, robes flapping, someone screaming about calling the Aurors. Harry sighed. This was going to be a whole thing, wasn't it? You will come with us, the lead goblin said. Griphook. Harry recognized him. Same goblin who'd taken him to his vault when he was 11, back when everything was simpler and he didn't have ancient magic crawling under his skin like liquid fire. The director demands your presence. And if I say no? Griphook's lips peeled back from teeth that were definitely sharper than Harry remembered. You won't. Fair enough. Harry hadn't actually planned to refuse. He'd felt it the moment he'd stepped into the bank. Something in the marble, in the bronze fixtures, in the very air. Gringotts recognized him. Not Harry Potter, the boy who lived. That tired old title he'd been dragging around like chains since he was a baby. Something older. Something the goblins apparently took very seriously. Lead the way, Harry said. They didn't take him to the carts. Instead, Griphook pressed his palm against a section of wall that looked exactly like every other section, and the stone melted away into a corridor that definitely wasn't on any map. The other goblins fell in around Harry, not quite touching but close enough that he could feel the heat of their bodies, smell the copper and smoke that clung to their armor. The corridor went down, way down. Harry lost track of the turns, the stairs, the places where the architecture stopped making sense and started feeling like the building itself was alive and watching. His magic stirred, restless, pressing against his control like it wanted to reach out and touch everything. He kept it locked down. Barely. 2 months. That's how long it had been since the graveyard, since Voldemort's resurrection, since Harry had died for approximately 47 seconds and come back wrong. Or right. He still wasn't sure which. The killing curse had hit him square in the chest, and instead of finishing the job Voldemort had started 13 years ago, it had cracked something open inside him. Some door that had been locked since birth. Maybe since before birth. Harry remembered floating in darkness, remembered voices in languages that had never been spoken by human tongues, remembered reaching out and finding something that reached back. Then he'd gasped awake on cemetery dirt with Cedric's body beside him and power flooding his veins like he'd been hollow his whole life and only just realized it. Getting back to Hogwarts had been a nightmare. Controlling the new magic, not letting it leak out and alert everyone that something fundamental had changed. That had been worse. Dumbledore's knowing looks, Hermione's worried questions, Ron's careful distance that said he knew something was off even if he couldn't name it. Harry had spent the summer at Privet Drive, which turned out to be the one silver lining of his miserable relatives. They left him alone. They'd always left him alone, but now they did it with a new flavor of terror, like they could sense the predator that had moved into their spare bedroom. He'd practiced, experimented, figured out that the magic wasn't just stronger, it was different. Wand magic felt like speaking through a translator now. The new stuff was direct communication with reality itself. And apparently someone had noticed. Here, Griphook said, stopping before a door that was definitely not made of any material Harry recognized. It shimmered like oil on water, colors sliding across its surface that hurt to look at directly. The director awaits. You will show proper respect. I always show respect, Harry said. When it's earned. Griphook's eye twitched. One of the other goblins actually chuckled, low and rough, before catching himself. The door swung open without anyone touching it, and Harry walked through. The chamber beyond was massive. Cathedral massive, the ceiling lost in shadows so deep they seemed to have weight. Gold everywhere, but not gaudy, functional. Coins stacked in patterns that Harry's new senses told him were actually spell matrices. Complex workings of goblin magic that had been accumulating power for centuries. Bronze statues of goblin warriors lined the walls, each one holding a weapon that practically vibrated with enchantment. And at the far end, on a throne carved from a single massive gemstone, sat the oldest goblin Harry had ever seen, Ragnarok the Elder. Harry knew the name the same way he knew how to breathe. The magic in this room, in this bank, in the entire goblin nation, flowed from and through this ancient creature like blood through a heart. He had to be thousands of years old. His skin was like cracked leather, his eyes like chips of obsidian, and when he smiled, his teeth were solid gold. "Harry Potter," Ragnarok said, and his voice filled the chamber without effort. "The boy who lived, the chosen one, master of death, heir of Slytherin through conquest." And now, those obsidian eyes glittered. The first primordial touched human in 1700 years. "Welcome to Gringotts." Harry didn't bow. He considered it, rejected it. Something told him that showing submission here would be the wrong move. Instead, he inclined his head slightly, one acknowledgement of power to another. "Director Ragnarok," he said, "you know more about what's happened to me than I do. That's not a comfortable position for me. Nor should it be." Ragnarok waved a gnarled hand, and a chair materialized behind Harry, not appearing from nowhere but actually forming itself from the gold-plated floor, metal flowing like water. "Sit. We have much to discuss, and the wards tell me that Albus Dumbledore is already attempting to locate you. He will fail, but his persistence is admirable." Harry sat. The chair was surprisingly comfortable. "How long have you known about me?" "The moment you entered London. Possibly before." Ragnarok steepled his fingers, long nails clicking together like metal. "The primordial source leaves signatures that we goblins have been trained to recognize since before your Ministry of Magic existed as even a concept. We have waited for this day, some with hope, some with fear, all with the understanding that everything would change when a human once again touched the raw heart of magic." "And what exactly is the primordial source?" The question hung in the air. Several lesser goblins who Harry hadn't noticed, advisors, maybe, lurking in the shadows along the walls, shifted uncomfortably. Ragnarok's smile widened. "Straight to the point. I appreciate that. Wizarding culture has made honesty unfashionable." He leaned forward, the gemstone throne groaning slightly under even that small movement. "The primordial source is magic itself. Not spells, not enchantments, not the diluted thing your kind channels through wands and incantations. The raw force that exists between existence and void. The first fire. The original word. Call it what you will, every culture has a name for it. What matters is that it cannot be accessed. Not by normal means. Wizards and witches tap into magic like drawing water from a well. You." He pointed one long finger at Harry's chest. "You have become part of the water table." Harry absorbed that. It tracked with what he'd experienced, the feeling that magic wasn't something he used but something he was. And the last human who could do this? Killed, 1700 years ago, by a coalition of wizarding governments and an organization called the Covenant. Ragnarok's expression didn't change, but something in the room's atmosphere shifted, became heavier. They feared him, not because he was evil, he wasn't by most accounts, but because he represented change, disruption, the possibility that the careful hierarchies that magical creatures and wizards had established might be overturned. A pause. "The goblins of that era made a mistake. We sided with the coalition, allowed a power that could have elevated all magical beings to be destroyed because we were afraid of what unity might cost us. And now, Ragnarok said slowly, we do not intend to make the same mistake twice." The door behind Harry opened. He didn't turn around, he didn't need to. His senses had expanded the moment he'd entered this room, reading the magical signatures of everything within range. The newcomer was goblin, female, younger than Ragnarok by several orders of magnitude, and practically crackling with barely contained hostility. "You're late, Orina," Ragnar said. I was indisposed. As you well know, grandfather, since you're the one who assigned me to weapons inventory specifically to keep me away from this meeting. The voice was sharp, musical in the way that knives were musical when they sang through air. Footsteps approached, and then she moved into Harry's peripheral vision. Orina Goldcrest was not what Harry expected. She was tall for a goblin, nearly reaching his shoulder, and built like a fighter. Lean muscle under bronze-colored skin, hands that bore the calluses of forge work and blade work both. Her hair was black, pulled back in a severe braid that fell to her waist, and her eyes were the color of molten gold. Actual molten gold, liquid and glowing and absolutely furious. She looked at Harry like he was a stain on an otherwise acceptable carpet. This is him, she said. This is the great hope of the Alliance? He's a child. I'm 15, Harry said mildly. And I'm sitting right here. 15. Orina's lip curled. Barely out of swaddling clothes. Grandfather, you cannot seriously expect. I expect, Ragnar interrupted, his voice quiet but somehow filling every corner of the room, that you will do your duty to your nation, as you have always done, as you have always been raised to do. The words weren't harsh, but they carried weight. Orina's jaw tightened, and for a moment something flickered across her face. Resignation, maybe, or old anger finding new fuel. Harry Potter, may I present my granddaughter, Princess Orina Goldcrest, fourth in line to the throne of the Goblin Nation. Orina, this is Harry Potter. We've established that, Orina said flatly. What we haven't established, Harry said, rising from his chair and turning to face her fully, is what exactly this alliance involves. Because I've got a pretty good guess, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Something shifted in Orina's expression. Not softening exactly, more like grudging acknowledgement that he wasn't completely stupid. So you've figured it out. Powerful wizard shows up. You've been waiting for this for centuries. You assign a princess to meet him, Harry shrugged. I've read enough history to recognize a marriage alliance when it's being set up. And yet you're still here. I wanted to hear the actual offer, along with all the parts you'd rather not mention up front. Ragnar laughed, actually laughed, a sound like stones grinding together, and several of the shadow-dwelling advisors startled at the noise. I told you, Orina. I told you he was not what we expected. What you expected? Orina muttered, but she was looking at Harry with something new in those molten eyes. Reassessment. Fine. You want the unvarnished truth? Here it is. The Goblin Nation has been waiting for a primordial-touched human since we made the mistake of helping destroy the last one. Not out of guilt, we don't waste time on that particular human emotion, but because we recognized too late that our best chance at true equality in the magical world died with him. Your ministry treats us as barely tolerated servants. Your laws restrict our magic, our movement, our ability to own property or defend ourselves. We have been second-class citizens in a world we helped build. She stepped closer, and Harry held his ground. A human connected to the primordial source changes everything. You could tear down the ministry, rewrite the laws, force the wizarding world to acknowledge us as equals. And if that human were bound to us by marriage, by blood, by alliance. Her smile was sharp as broken glass. We would finally have a seat at the table. So you want to use me? Obviously. At least you're honest about it. Goblins don't waste time with deception. It's inefficient. Orina crossed her arms. The question isn't whether we want to use you. The question is whether you're smart enough to realize that we're offering you something valuable in return. Protection. Resources. An entire nation's worth of knowledge about magic your precious Hogwarts has never even heard of. And, she glanced at her grandfather, who nodded slightly, and information about the people who are already coming to kill you. Harry's attention sharpened. The Covenant. You know of them? I know the name. Ragnar mentioned them. Harry looked between grandfather and granddaughter, reading the tension in their bodies, the careful way they watched him. They were afraid, he realized. Not of him, of what was coming for him. Tell me. Ragnar gestured, and the air in front of him shimmered. An image appeared, ghostly and translucent, A symbol, a circle with 7 points around it, each point connected to the center by a line. The Covenant of Stasis. They have existed since before recorded magical history. Their purpose is simple: prevent any concentration of power that could disrupt the established order. They killed the last primordial touched human. They have killed others since. Seers who saw too clearly, artificers who created too powerfully, magical creatures who rose above their station. And they know about me. They have known since the moment your magic awakened. Our spies within their organization confirmed it 3 days ago. Ragnar's expression was grave. They are already debating whether to approach you with an offer of guidance, which means control, or simply eliminate you before you become too powerful to stop. Harry absorbed this. His magic stirred again, not with fear but with something colder, sharper. He'd spent his whole life having other people try to control him. Dumbledore's gentle manipulation, the Ministry's propaganda, Voldemort's obsession. Now another group thought they could put him in a box. How long before they make their move? Unknown. They are cautious by nature. But your appearance at Gringotts today will have been noticed. Our wards are strong but not impenetrable. They will know you came here, even if they don't know what was discussed. Which means, Orina said, that you need to make a decision, quickly. Are you with us? Or do you try to face this alone? I don't like being pressured into decisions. I don't care what you like. I care about what keeps my people alive. Orina's golden eyes blazed. You think this is just politics to us? The Covenant has been a knife at our throats for millennia. They allow goblins to exist because we're useful and because we've never been powerful enough to threaten them. If they decide we've allied with a primordial touched human without their blessing, they won't just kill you. They'll use it as an excuse to do what they've always wanted: break us completely. Harry met her glare without flinching. So your offer isn't generosity. It's desperation. It's mutual benefit. We protect you, you protect us. We give you access to our knowledge and resources, you give us political legitimacy. And yes, a flicker of something in her expression, quickly suppressed. Marriage would seal that alliance in a way that couldn't be easily broken. But that's not a demand. It's a proposal. In all senses of the word. Romantic, Harry said dryly. I'm not here to romance you. I'm here to survive. They stared at each other. Harry's magic reached out almost unconsciously, brushing against hers, and he felt her flinch, felt her magic recoil from his like touching a live wire. But she didn't back down. If anything, her chin lifted, challenging him. I'll need time to think, Harry said finally, and more information. About the Covenant, about goblin magic, about what exactly marriage means in your culture. Our marriage contracts are binding in ways your wizarding ceremonies aren't, Ragnar interjected. But they are also negotiable. Terms can be adjusted. Expectations clarified. We are not unreasonable, Harry Potter. We simply want assurance that we are not backing a coward. I'm not a coward. No, the ancient goblin agreed. You walked into this room knowing it might be a trap. You haven't once reached for your wand. And you're still standing despite my granddaughter's best attempts to intimidate you. His golden teeth glinted. I don't think you're a coward, but I don't yet know what you are. Give us a week. Come to us, openly or secretly, your choice, and begin learning what we can teach you. If at the end of that week you wish to decline the alliance, you may do so freely. We will not become your enemies. But you won't become my allies either. We cannot afford to. The risk would be too great. Ragnar spread his hands. This is the best offer I can make. Take it or leave it, but decide quickly. The world is already shifting around you, Harry Potter. The only question is whether you shift with it or get crushed in the gears. Harry thought about it. Really thought, not just reacting like he usually did. Running headfirst into danger because there wasn't time for anything else. This was different. This was politics, long-term planning, consequences that would ripple for years. Hermione would tell him to gather more information. Ron would tell him not to trust anyone who wanted something from him. Dumbledore would tell him. Actually, Harry realized he didn't know what Dumbledore would tell him. because Dumbledore had been keeping secrets too. For years, manipulating Harry's life for purposes he'd never fully explained. Was that really any different from what the goblins were proposing? At least they were being upfront about their intentions. 1 week, Harry said. I'll come tomorrow night. Secretly, I'd rather not deal with the ministry until I have to. We'll start with history. I want to know everything about the Covenant, the last primordial touched human, and what exactly you think I'm capable of. Ragnarok nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his ancient eyes. Agreed. Orina will be your primary contact. She knows our history better than most. She has studied it obsessively since she was old enough to read. Grandfather. This is not negotiable, child. You wanted involvement in this process. You have it. Orina looked like she wanted to argue further, but she swallowed whatever she was going to say. When she looked at Harry again, her expression was calculating rather than hostile. Tomorrow night, then. Use the entrance on Diagon Alley's east end, the one marked with a bronze dragon. Tell them Goldcrest sent me. You'll be escorted directly to my quarters. Your quarters. The lower halls are too exposed. My rooms have privacy wards even my grandfather can't penetrate. She smiled, and there was nothing friendly in it. Don't worry, Potter. I have no interest in compromising your virtue. I simply want to be able to speak freely without every advisor in the nation listening in and offering opinions. I wasn't worried. Good. She turned on her heel and strode toward a different exit than the one Harry had entered through. Until tomorrow, then. Try not to get killed before you're useful. She was gone before Harry could respond. Ragnarok chuckled again. She likes you. That was liking? By Orina's standards, that was practically affectionate. The ancient goblin rose from his throne, and despite his age, there was nothing fragile about the movement. He was old, yes, but old like mountains were old, worn down but not diminished. You handled yourself well today, Harry Potter. Better than I expected. I hope you continue to exceed expectations. I hope you're not planning to betray me the moment it becomes convenient. I won't insult you by making promises I can't keep. In politics, circumstances change. What I can tell you is that the Goblin Nation has waited 17 centuries for this opportunity. We will not throw it away lightly. Ragnarok moved toward Harry, and despite himself, Harry tensed. The goblin stopped just out of arm's reach, looking up at him with those fathomless obsidian eyes. You are afraid, not of us, of what you're becoming, of what you might do. Harry didn't deny it. Good. Fear keeps you careful. But don't let it make you hesitate when action is required. Ragnarok reached out and tapped Harry's chest, right over his heart, and Harry felt something pulse through him. A recognition, a marking, something that lodged itself in his magic and settled there like it belonged. That will allow you to pass through our outer wards unimpeded. Consider it a gesture of good faith. And if I decide to use it for something you wouldn't approve of, then you will discover that goblin security has more layers than any human has ever penetrated. Ragnarok smiled, and this time there was nothing reassuring about it. We are gamblers, Harry Potter, not fools. Never make the mistake of thinking otherwise. The door Harry had entered through swung open. Griphook waited on the other side, expression unreadable. Griphook will escort you to the surface. I suggest you avoid lingering in the lobby. Rumors are already spreading, and I imagine several interested parties are waiting to intercept you. Great. Harry headed for the door, then paused, looking back. One more question. This alliance, the marriage, what do you actually get out of it? Personally, I mean, not the Goblin Nation. You. Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was quieter, almost reflective. I have ruled for 900 years. I have watched my people be subjugated, insulted, massacred in uprisings that your history books call rebellions, as if we were the aggressors. I have made compromises that tasted like poison and called them victory because we survived. What I want, Harry Potter, is to die knowing that my grandchildren will not have to make those same compromises. That they will face the world as equals, not supplicants. He met Harry's eyes. Is that answer enough? Yeah, Harry said quietly. That's enough. He followed Griphook into the corridor, and the door sealed behind him like it had never existed. The walk back to the surface took longer than Harry expected, or maybe it just felt that way. His mind was racing, sorting through everything he'd learned, trying to fit it into some kind of coherent picture. Ancient magic, ancient enemies, a possible alliance that came with a princess attached. His life had been weird before. This was a whole new level. When they finally emerged into the main lobby, Harry understood what Ragnarok had meant about interested parties. The usual crowd of witches and wizards had been replaced by a very different gathering. Ministry officials in their ridiculous formal robes, reporters clutching notebooks and quick quotes quills. And at the center of it all, silver beard gleaming, half-moon spectacles reflecting the light, Harry, my boy. Dumbledore's voice was warm, concerned, grandfatherly. Everything it always was. We've been quite worried about you. Harry looked at the assembled crowd, at the ministry officials who'd spent all summer calling him a liar, at the reporters who'd publish whatever version of events would sell the most papers, at Dumbledore, who definitely knew more than he was saying and was already calculating how to guide Harry back onto whatever path he'd planned out. Something shifted in Harry's chest. Not anger exactly, more like a door closing. He'd spent so long letting other people make decisions for him, tell him what he needed to know, determine what was best. It had gotten Cedric killed. Nearly gotten him killed too. No more. Professor Dumbledore. Harry's voice was pleasant, neutral, completely unrevealing. Sorry for the concern. I had some banking to take care of. Banking that required several hours and the director of Gringotts himself? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. But beneath the warmth, Harry could see the probing, the testing. You must have considerable financial matters to discuss. More than I knew about, actually. The Potter accounts are surprisingly complex. Perhaps we could discuss this somewhere more private? I have a few matters I'd like to. I'm afraid I can't right now. Harry smiled, and it was Orina's smile, sharp, giving nothing away. I have somewhere to be, but we should definitely talk soon. So much to catch up on. He walked past Dumbledore before the headmaster could respond, moving through the crowd with purpose. The reporters shouted questions. The ministry officials moved to intercept him. Harry didn't slow down. The moment he stepped through the bank's main doors, he felt the wards shift around him. Gringotts releasing its hold, the outside world pressing in. London's magical signature was different from the bank's, more chaotic, full of conflicting intentions and wandering magics. And underneath it all, like a wrong note in a symphony, Harry felt something else. Someone watching. Someone powerful. The Covenant. He didn't look around, didn't give any indication that he'd noticed. He just kept walking, through the leaky cauldron, into Muggle London, losing himself in the crowds until he was sure he wasn't being followed by anything human. The supernatural observer was harder to shake. It clung to him like a shadow, just at the edge of his awareness, neither approaching nor retreating. Studying him, evaluating him, Harry found an empty alley, leaned against a grimy wall, and spoke to the empty air. I know you're there. If you have something to say, say it. Silence. Fine. Then hear this. His magic stirred, rising to the surface, and Harry let just a little of it leak out. Not threatening, just present, making itself known. I don't know who you are, but I'm not interested in playing games. Come at me directly or leave me alone. Those are your options. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, a voice, not spoken aloud, pressed directly into his mind, cold and ancient and utterly inhuman. Interesting. You really are different from the last one. He was afraid. You are not. We will be watching Harry Potter. When you are ready to hear our offer, we will know. The presence withdrew. Not gone. Harry could still feel it out there, distant now but aware. A weight on the edge of existence, waiting. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. One day back in the magical world, and he already had ancient shadow organizations monitoring his every move. Perfect. He needed information, training, allies who wouldn't try to control him. The goblins were a start, But he couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. There had to be others who'd benefit from his power, others who might be willing to trade knowledge for alliance. But first, he needed to deal with the immediate problem. Namely, getting back to Privet Drive without the Ministry, Dumbledore, or anyone else intercepting him. Harry considered his options. Apparition. He hadn't learned it yet, and from what he understood, his new magic would make the standard method complicated anyway. Portkey? Didn't have one. Night bus? Too public, too trackable. Or, he reached inside himself, to that place where the primordial source resided. It responded instantly, eager, like a dog waiting for a command. Harry had been afraid to use it directly before, worried about what might happen. But he was starting to understand that fear wasn't going to help him anymore. He thought about Privet Drive, about the cupboard under the stairs, about the locked room that had been his prison and his sanctuary, about the feeling of that place, its emotional signature, the years of misery and strange safety that clung to it. His magic reached out, found the connection, and pulled. The world folded around him like paper. 1 second he was standing in a London alley, the next he was in his bedroom at number 4, sitting on the threadbare bed, not a single second of transition between. Harry stared at his hands. They were trembling slightly, but not from exhaustion. From exhilaration. He'd just traveled dozens of miles instantly, without a wand, without an incantation, without any of the limitations that bound normal magic. He'd simply wanted to be somewhere, and this was what he was capable of. This was just the beginning. He lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling with its water stains and peeling paint. Tomorrow he'd go to Gringotts, learn what the goblins could teach him, meet with Orina and probably get insulted some more. But tonight he'd plan. Really plan for the first time in his life. Figure out what he wanted, not what everyone else wanted for him. Who he wanted to be, not what destiny or prophecy or manipulative old men had decided he should become. The Covenant was watching. Voldemort was out there gathering power. Dumbledore was scheming. The Ministry was flailing. And Harry Potter was done being a pawn. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Then Vernon's voice, muffled through the wood. "Boy, dinner. You've got 5 minutes before I give your portion to Dudley." Harry smiled at the ceiling. Some things never changed. But that was okay. Everything else was about to. The next evening, Harry made his way to Diagon Alley. He'd spent the day in preparation, not the usual kind, with books and notes and careful study. Instead, he'd explored his magic, pushing its limits, seeing what it could do. Teleportation was apparently his now, though the longer the distance, the more concentration it required. He could sense magical signatures, feel them like textures against his awareness. He could shield himself without a wand, the protection manifesting as a shell of solidified intent rather than any recognizable spell. And he could do something else, something he hadn't tested fully yet because it scared him. He could reach into someone's magic and pull. He'd discovered it by accident, catching a garden gnome that had wandered onto the property. The little creature had its own magic, weak but present, and when Harry had grabbed it, he'd felt the power right there, available, ready to be claimed. He'd stopped himself, released the gnome, watched it scurry away unharmed. But the potential remained. He could take magic from living things. Maybe give it back, maybe not. It was a weapon of terrifying proportions, and he had no intention of using it unless absolutely necessary. The bronze dragon marker wasn't hard to find. A small relief set into a brick wall in the eastern section of the alley, nearly invisible unless you knew to look for it. Harry touched it, feeling the recognition ward hum against his palm. Goldcrest sent me. The wall shimmered. A doorway appeared, narrow but functional, and Harry stepped through into a tunnel lit by soft golden light. Goblin architecture he was starting to recognize, all clean angles and functional beauty, nothing wasted. A guide met him at the first junction. Not Griphook this time, but a younger goblin in what Harry recognized as forgewear, leather apron and protective gloves. "Potter, follow." They went down. Not as far as yesterday, but in a different direction, through corridors that felt older, more worn. personal spaces rather than public chambers. The magical signatures here were layered, generations of inhabitants leaving their marks. Irina's quarters were behind a door that looked like solid bronze but felt like something else entirely when Harry reached for it. Layered enchantments, most of them defensive, a few of them decidedly aggressive. This was a princess's room, yes, but it was also a fortress. The door opened before he could knock. "You're early." Irina stood in the doorway, looking nothing like she had yesterday. Gone were the formal clothes, the severe expression. She wore practical training gear, loose pants, fitted tunic, hair pulled back in a Messier version of yesterday's braid. There was soot on her cheek. "I'm always early when I don't know what I'm walking into." "Smart." She stepped aside, gesturing him in. "Fair warning. I was in the middle of forging when I got word you'd arrived. The space is messy." Messy was an understatement. The room beyond was half living quarters, half workshop. A small forge occupied one corner, still glowing with banked coals. Weapons lined the walls. Swords, axes, things Harry didn't have names for. Books overflowed from shelves onto every available surface. And in the center of it all, mounted on a stand, was what looked like a half-finished suit of armor, runes carved into every visible surface. "You made all of this?" "Most of it." Irina closed the door, and Harry felt the wards snap into place. Suddenly the room was sealed, cut off from the outside world like it existed in its own pocket dimension. "Goblin forged steel is a specialty. I've been training since I could hold a hammer." "The armor. Personal project. Ceremonial piece for—" She stopped, something flickering across her face. "For a ceremony that may or may not happen, depending on how the next few weeks go. The wedding." Harry didn't say it aloud, but they both knew. "Sit." Irina gestured at a relatively clear space near the forge. "You wanted information. Let's start with the basics." Harry sat. The heat from the forge was comfortable rather than oppressive, and something about the space felt right. Purposeful, focused. This was where Irina was most herself, he realized. Not in political chambers or formal meetings, but here, surrounded by the things she'd created. "The Covenant," he said. "Everything you know. Everything would take months, but I can give you the essentials." She settled across from him, pulling a worn leather journal from beneath a pile of metal scraps. "They call themselves the Covenant of Stasis. The name tells you everything about their philosophy. They believe the magical world exists in a state of balance, and their job is to maintain that balance no matter the cost. Balance meaning keeping power structures exactly as they are. Exactly. They've been doing it for millennia. Any magical being or human who develops enough power to threaten the status quo gets dealt with. Sometimes through manipulation, convincing the person to limit themselves. Sometimes through assassination. Sometimes through entire wars." Irina flipped open the journal, showing hairy pages covered in cramped handwriting. "I've been researching them since I was 30, that's young, for us. Old enough to read historical records, young enough to still believe I could do something about what I found." "What did you find?" "A pattern. Every major magical conflict in recorded history has their fingerprints somewhere. The witch hunts, they funded them, used them to eliminate human magic users who were getting too powerful. The Goblin rebellions? They instigated most of them, using our legitimate grievances to justify keeping us legally subjugated. Even Grindelwald and your Dark Lord." She met his eyes. "There's evidence they helped both rise to power, then arranged for their downfall when they'd served their purpose." Harry's stomach tightened. "They created Voldemort?" "Created is too strong. But they definitely encouraged his early development, and they've definitely been working to ensure his eventual defeat. The wizarding world's fear of Dark Lords keeps the Ministry in control, keeps everyone too busy fighting obvious enemies to question the system itself." Irina's lip curled. "Classic divide and conquer. They're good at it. And the primordial source? The last human who could use it. Kale the Unbound." The name carried weight when Irina spoke it, a kind of reverence. "He was born in what's now Wales, around 300 AD. The magic awakened in him after a near-death experience. Drowning, according to most accounts. sound familiar? Harry thought about the graveyard, about dying and coming back. Within a decade, he'd united most of the magical beings in Britain under his banner. Not through conquest, through negotiation. He convinced werewolves, goblins, centaurs, merepeople, everyone who'd been marginalized and oppressed, that together they could build something better. Orina's voice had shifted, becoming almost wistful. My ancestors wrote about him. They said he was the first human who ever treated goblins as equals without an ulterior motive. He learned our language, trained with our forge masters, even took a goblin advisor into his inner circle. What happened? The Covenant happened. They spent 3 years building a coalition against him. Wizards who feared losing their position, magical creatures who were too afraid to hope, governments who'd rather maintain their power than risk change. They attacked him with everything they had. According to the records, the battle lasted 9 days. Orina closed the journal, her expression grim. Cale killed 17 of their leadership before they finally brought him down. It took all of them working together, and they still lost nearly half their forces. How did they kill him? They didn't exactly. They couldn't. His power regenerated faster than they could damage him. In the end, they trapped him instead. Sealed him away in a prison dimension, cut off from the primordial source, left to live forever in complete isolation. Something dark flickered in Orina's golden eyes. Some of our scholars believe he's still there, still alive, still waiting. Harry absorbed this. A man who'd tried to build something better, imprisoned for eternity because he'd been too powerful to kill. The Covenant's message couldn't be clearer. Challenge us, and we will make you wish for death. You said there was evidence they contacted the last human who was like me, offered him guidance. Yes, before they turned to open hostility, they tried to recruit him, convince him to use his power in ways they approved of under their supervision. He refused. Orina's smile was sharp. I suspect you'll refuse too. I already have. They contacted me yesterday after I left the bank. Just a message, said they'd be watching, that they'd make their offer when I was ready to hear it. Orina went still. They contacted you directly? Already? Is that unusual? That's fast. Usually they observe for weeks, months, gathering information before they make any move. She stood abruptly, pacing the small clear space between forge and weapons rack. They must be more concerned than we thought. Or more interested. There's a difference? Concern means they see you as a threat to be neutralized. Interest means they might want to use you. Orina stopped pacing, turning to face him. Which could actually be worse. Their guidance isn't gentle persuasion. It's magical compulsion, mental conditioning, whatever it takes to ensure compliance. Cale refused because he recognized what they were offering was slavery dressed up as partnership. I'm not interested in being anyone's slave. Good. She studied him for a long moment, and Harry had the odd sense that he was being evaluated on criteria he couldn't guess. You're not what I expected, Potter. I've been hearing that a lot lately. I mean it. When Grandfather told me about you, I assumed. She cut herself off, shaking her head. Doesn't matter what I assumed. You're here. You're willing to learn. That's more than most humans would offer. Most humans don't have ancient organizations trying to enslave or kill them. Fair point. The corner of her mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but close. Hungry. The question caught Harry off guard. What? Hungry. Is a simple concept. You want food? Sure. Orina moved to a corner of the room Harry hadn't noticed, where a small cold storage chest hummed with preservation enchantments. She pulled out a plate of something that looked like meat on bread, along with 2 cups of dark liquid. Goblin rations. Not gourmet but filling. The drink's called stone brew. It's an acquired taste, but it'll keep you alert for hours. She handed him a portion without ceremony, then settled back in her previous spot, eating with the efficient speed of someone used to grabbing meals between tasks. Harry took a cautious bite. The meat was gamey, heavily spiced, and oddly satisfying. The bread was dense and slightly sweet. This is good. Don't sound so surprised. Goblins have been perfecting food preservation for millennia. We live underground, fresh ingredients are a luxury. She took a long drink of stone brew, watching him over the rim of her cup. So, you've heard about the covenant. You know what you're up against. What's your plan? I don't have one yet. That's part of why I'm here. Honest answer. Wrong, but honest. Irina set down her cup. You need a plan, Potter. You can't just react to whatever they throw at you. That's how they win. They've been playing this game for longer than most civilizations have existed. They know every counter move before you make it. So what do you suggest? Learn, train, build alliances before you need them, not after. And, she hesitated, something unusual flickering across her features. And don't trust anyone completely, including me, including my grandfather. Harry raised an eyebrow. You're telling me not to trust you? I'm telling you to be smart. We want this alliance, yes. We're offering you real benefits, yes. But we're also using you, and if circumstances changed enough, that usage could shift in ways you wouldn't like. Irina met his gaze steadily. I respect you enough to be honest about that. Take it for what it's worth. Why? Why what? Why are you being honest? If you wanted to manipulate me, you'd hide all of this. Make yourself seem trustworthy. Get me dependent on your advice. Then spring whatever trap you're planning. Irina was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was lower, more thoughtful. Because I'm tired of games. I've been playing them my whole life. Royal politics, succession maneuvering, proving myself worthy of a crown I'm not even sure I want. For once, I want to work with someone who knows exactly where they stand. She shrugged, a surprisingly human gesture. Maybe that's stupid. Maybe I'm giving you ammunition to use against me later. But you asked, so there's your answer. Harry considered this. She was either telling the truth or she was the best liar he'd ever met. Either way, he appreciated the approach. All right, he said. Then here's my honest answer. I don't trust you. I don't trust anyone right now. I've been burned too many times. But I respect what you're offering, and I'm willing to work with you as long as our interests align. That's fair. And I want to learn everything you can teach me. Not just about the Covenant, but about magic. Goblin magic, forging, whatever knowledge you have that Hogwarts never bothered to include in the curriculum. Something shifted in Irina's expression. Not quite pleasure, but close. The look of someone who'd been offered an unexpected gift. You want to learn forge magic? I want to learn everything. Power without knowledge is just brute force. And I have a feeling brute force isn't going to be enough against enemies this old. No, Irina agreed quietly. It won't be. She stood, moving toward the weapons wall, and pulled down a short blade, simple, unadorned. But when she held it, Harry could feel the magic humming through the metal. This was my first successful forge work. Took me 40 attempts to get it right. The blade holds an edge that never dulls, repairs itself from minor damage, and can cut through magical shields if you hit them at the right angle. She offered it to him, hilt first. Lesson 1. Take it. Harry reached for the blade. The moment his fingers touched the hilt, he felt it. The magic inside the metal reaching out, testing him, deciding whether he was worthy. For a moment there was resistance, the weapon's enchantments pushing back against his foreign signature. Then his primordial magic responded. Not aggressively, not forcing, just presenting itself, showing the blade's magic what it was dealing with. The resistance melted away. The blade accepted him. Interesting. Irina's voice was oddly flat. That usually takes months for non-goblins, if it works at all. My magic is different. I noticed. She took the blade back, examining it like she expected to find some damage. Finding none, she returned it to the wall. That's going to be both an advantage and a problem. Goblin Forge magic is compatible with the primordial source, apparently. Makes sense since we developed it during an era when the source was more accessible. But if everything is this easy for you, you might miss the subtleties that make the difference between good work and great work. Then teach me the subtleties first. Another almost smile. You're pushy. I'm motivated. Same thing from where I'm standing. But she moved toward the forge, pulling tools from hooks on the wall. All right, let's see if you can hold a hammer. Harry spent the next 4 hours learning the basics of Goblin Forge magic. It was hard. Not the magic itself. That came to him with disturbing ease, the primordial source interfacing with the ancient techniques like they'd been designed for each other. But the physical skills, the precise movements, the understanding of how metal behaved under different conditions, that required actual effort. Irina was a demanding teacher. She didn't coddle him, didn't praise him for getting things right, and definitely didn't hold back criticism when he got things wrong. By the end of the first hour, Harry's arms were aching. His hands were developing calluses, and he'd ruined 3 practice pieces through impatience. But he was learning. Better, Irina said, examining his 4th attempt. A simple ingot folded properly for the first time. Your technique is sloppy and your timing is off, but you're starting to feel the metal. That's high praise coming from you. It's accurate assessment. Don't let it go to your head. She set the ingot aside. Same time tomorrow. We'll start on basic blade forming. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead, surprised by how good the exhaustion felt. Physical tiredness, earned through honest work. It was different from magical exhaustion, less disorienting, almost satisfying. Will we cover more about the Covenant? As we go. History lessons work better when you have context. Irina began banking the forge, her movements practiced and efficient. Speaking of which, you should know that my grandfather is meeting with ministry representatives tonight. They're demanding an explanation for yesterday's incident. What incident? I went to the bank. You went to the bank and every detection ward in the building registered a magical signature they'd never encountered before. 3 junior cursebreakers fainted. 2 senior cursebreakers quit on the spot. Irina's tone was dry. The ministry believes we did something to you. What did Ragnarok tell them? That your business with Gringotts is protected by ancient treaty and none of their concern. They're not happy about it. They're never happy about anything. True. But they're particularly unhappy right now because Dumbledore has apparently been asking questions too, and when Dumbledore gets curious, the ministry gets nervous. Irina finished with the forge and turned to face him fully. You should expect contact from him soon, probably framed as concern for your well-being. Probably. How are you going to handle it? Harry considered. It was a good question. 2 days ago he would have just gone along with it. Let Dumbledore guide him. Trusted that the old wizard knew best. But that was before he'd learned about the Covenant, before he'd started understanding how many people were playing games with his life without telling him the rules. Carefully, he said finally, I don't think Dumbledore is my enemy, but I don't think he's completely on my side either. He's got his own agenda, his own plans. I need to figure out what they are before I decide how much to trust him. Wise. Paranoid. But wise. Irina pulled off her forge gloves, flexing her fingers. For what it's worth, our intelligence suggests Dumbledore genuinely cares about your survival. He just cares about other things more. Like what? The greater good. The words came out bitter, mocking. He's been fighting his version of the Covenant his whole life. Pure-blood supremacists, Dark Lords, anyone who threatens his vision of how the magical world should work. In some ways, he's just another player in the same game. And the goblins? We want to change the rules entirely, which makes us dangerous to everyone who's built their power on the current system. Irina moved toward the door, and Harry took the hint, following. Think about that. Figure out what you actually want, not what everyone tells you to want. Then we can talk about real alliance. The door opened, and a goblin Harry didn't recognize was waiting outside, probably Irina's guard or assistant. The walk back to the surface was shorter this time, the route more direct. Harry emerged into Diagon Alley just as the shops were closing, the summer evening light fading toward dusk. He stood there for a moment, processing everything he'd learned, everything he'd experienced. Then he felt it again. The Watcher. Different from the Covenant's presence, warmer, more familiar. Dumbledore. Harry turned slowly, and there the old wizard was, standing beneath the shadow of Flourish and Blot's awning, looking for all the world like a kindly grandfather out for an evening stroll. Harry! Dumbledore's voice carried effortlessly across the distance. I was hoping we might speak. Harry walked toward him. No point in running, Dumbledore would just find him again. Better to have this conversation now while he was still alert, still thinking clearly. Professor, you've been spending time with the goblins. Not a question. I confess myself concerned. I've been learning things. Things I probably should have been taught years ago. Something flickered in Dumbledore's expression. Surprise, maybe, at Harry's directness. And what have you learned? That I'm apparently connected to something called the primordial source. That there's an organization called the Covenant that wants to either control or kill me. That you've been keeping secrets from me for years. And I'm done accepting that as normal. Harry kept his voice level, conversational. Did you know about the Covenant? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy. I knew. Not everything. They guard their secrets well. But enough to suspect they would take an interest in you, should your powers develop beyond certain limits. And you didn't tell me. I had hoped your powers would not develop beyond those limits. Something cold settled in Harry's chest. You hoped I'd stay weak enough that they'd leave me alone. I hoped you would remain safe. Dumbledore met his eyes, and for once, there was no twinkle, no grandfatherly warmth. Just exhaustion and something that might have been sorrow. Harry, you must understand. The Covenant has destroyed everyone who has ever posed a real threat to them. The only way to survive their attention is to not attract it in the first place. That ship has sailed. Yes, it has. Dumbledore sighed, looking every one of his 100+ years. Which is why I'm asking you to let me help. Whatever the goblins have offered you, whatever they've promised, I can offer you more. Protection, guidance, the full resources of the Order of the Phoenix. In exchange for what? Trust, cooperation, a willingness to work with those who have your best interests at heart. Harry considered the old wizard, the man who had placed him with the Dursleys, who had left him ignorant of magic for 11 years, who had allowed him to face Voldemort again and again without proper preparation. And if I don't agree? Dumbledore's expression shifted. Disappointment, resignation, something harder underneath. Then I would ask you to at least consider what you're risking. Not just yourself, everyone who cares about you. The goblins may be offering alliance, but their priorities are not your priorities. They will use you, Harry, just as they used others before. Everyone uses everyone. The difference is whether they're honest about it. Harry stepped past Dumbledore, heading toward the leaky cauldron. I'll think about what you've said, but I'm done letting other people make decisions for me. That includes you. He didn't look back. Didn't need to. He could feel Dumbledore's gaze following him, heavy with implications and unspoken warnings. Let the old man worry. Let everyone worry. Harry had a week of training ahead of him. Possible alliance to negotiate. An ancient enemy to prepare for. And somewhere in the background, Voldemort was still out there. Still planning. Still unaware that the boy he'd marked as his equal had become something far more dangerous than he'd ever anticipated. Everything was changing. Harry intended to be ready when it did. The week that followed was the most exhausting and exhilarating of Harry's life. Every evening, he slipped away to Gringotts. Every night, Orina pushed him harder than he'd ever been pushed. Forge magic, goblin history, combat techniques that had nothing to do with wand-waving and everything to do with brutal efficiency. She didn't go easy on him. When he made mistakes, she pointed them out bluntly. When he succeeded, she immediately raised the difficulty. And when he complained, which he did occasionally because even chosen ones had limits, she just looked at him with those molten gold eyes and asked if he'd rather be unprepared when the Covenant came for him. He stopped complaining. By the end of the week, Harry could forge a basic blade from scratch. He could sense magical traps before they triggered. He could fight in darkness using only his magical awareness to locate opponents. And he'd absorbed enough goblin history to understand why they were so desperate for this alliance. Centuries of oppression, of broken treaties, of being treated as servants rather than equals. He understood something else too. Orina wasn't just teaching him because she'd been ordered to. Somewhere along the way, she'd started taking pride in his progress, started investing in his success beyond what duty required. She'd never admit it, but Harry noticed the way she lingered after lessons, discussing theory instead of dismissing him. The way she brought extra rations without being asked. The way her criticism became more precise, more constructive, as if she actually wanted him to improve rather than just demonstrating her superiority. They weren't friends. Not yet, but they were becoming something. On the 7th day, Ragnarok summoned them both. The meeting chamber was the same as before, vast, golden, filled with power. But this time there were others present. A dozen goblins in formal attire, positioned around the room like chess pieces. Advisors, Harry assumed. Witnesses. This was official. Harry Potter. Ragnarok's voice echoed through the space. You have spent a week among us. You have learned our ways. You have demonstrated respect for our traditions. He paused. Now it is time for you to decide. Harry felt Irina tense beside him, the slightest shift in her posture that spoke of nerves she'd never openly admit. I've made my decision. Harry stepped forward, meeting the ancient goblin's obsidian eyes. I accept the alliance, but I have conditions. Murmurs from the advisors. Ragnarok raised a hand, silencing them. Speak. First, this is a partnership, not a submission. I won't be your weapon, and you won't be my servants. We work together or not at all. Acceptable. Second, I want access to everything you know about the Covenant. No holding back, no protecting me from information you think I can't handle. If I'm going to fight them, I need to understand them. That can be arranged. Third, Harry glanced at Irina, who was watching him with an unreadable expression. The marriage isn't happening yet. I need time. We both do. Silence. Several of the advisors shifted, clearly unhappy. Ragnarok's expression revealed nothing. Explain. I'm not going to marry someone I barely know because it's politically convenient. If Irina and I decide we want this, actually want it, not just accept it, then we can discuss terms. Until then, the alliance stands on its own merits. More murmurs. One advisor leaned forward, starting to speak. Agreed. Everyone went silent. Ragnarok was smiling, those golden teeth gleaming. The marriage was always a possibility, not a requirement. That you recognize the difference, that you insist on genuine connection rather than political convenience, speaks well of you. The ancient goblin rose from his throne, descending the steps toward Harry. I believe we can work together, Harry Potter. I believe you may be what we've been waiting for. He extended his hand. Not in the human fashion, but palm down, the goblin gesture of alliance between equals. Harry knew this. Irina had taught him. He placed his hand beneath Ragnarok's, supporting rather than grasping. The gesture of acceptance. Magic pulsed between them, the Goblin King's ancient power meeting Harry's primordial fire. For a moment, the entire room hummed with energy. Then it settled, stabilized, became something new. It is done, Ragnarok said quietly. The alliance of the Source is formed. The advisors began to applaud. A strange sound, goblin hands striking together with metallic precision. Harry barely heard it. He was watching Irina, trying to read her reaction. She looked relieved? No, that wasn't quite right. Hopeful, maybe, like someone who'd been expecting disappointment and received something better instead. Their eyes met. Something passed between them. Not quite understanding, not yet trust, but the beginning of both. Well, Irina said, her voice dry but with an undertone of warmth she couldn't quite hide. I suppose you're stuck with me now, Potter. Could be worse. He smiled and meant it. You're a decent teacher. Decent. Her eyes flashed with mock offense. I'm excellent. You're pushy and demanding, and you never tell me when I'm doing something right. Because you learn better from criticism. And I notice you didn't deny being stuck with me. Would that change anything? No. She smiled back. A real smile, the first he'd seen from her. It transformed her face, made her look younger, more alive. But it's nice to know where we stand. They stood in the throne room of the Goblin Nation, surrounded by ancient power and watchful eyes. at the beginning of an alliance that would shake the magical world to its foundations. And for the first time in months, Harry felt like he might actually have a chance. Chapter 2. Forged in fire, Harry blocked the blade 3 inches from his face and immediately regretted it. The impact traveled up his arm like lightning, numbing his fingers, and Arena was already moving. Spinning low, sweeping his legs, putting him on his back on the training room floor for the 4th time in 10 minutes. "Dead," she said, standing over him with her practiced sword pointed at his throat. "Again. You could at least let me breathe between deaths. The Covenant won't let you breathe." She stepped back, twirling the blade with casual expertise. "Get up. We're not done." Harry groaned but pushed himself to his feet. 3 weeks of training, and she still dismantled him every single session. His magic wanted to help. He could feel it surging beneath his skin, eager to intervene, but that wasn't the point. Arena had made that clear on day 1. "Power is nothing without skill," she'd said. "You can level a mountain, but if someone puts a knife in your kidney before you react, the mountain doesn't matter. Learn to fight without your gifts first. Then we add them back in." Sound logic. Frustrating, but sound. He raised his practice blade, settling into the stance she drilled into him. Weight balanced, knees slightly bent, sword held at center guard. Arena circled him, golden eyes tracking every micro-movement. "Your left shoulder drops before you strike," she said. "I've told you 6 times. Maybe I'm doing it on purpose, luring you into a false pattern. Are you? No. Then fix it." She came at him fast. Faster than any human could move, goblin reflexes and centuries of training condensed into fluid violence. Harry parried the first strike, dodged the second, actually managed to counter the third, and then she wasn't where she'd been a heartbeat ago, and his sword was spinning across the room, and her blade was at his throat. Again. "Better," she admitted. "That counter was almost competent. High praise. The highest you're getting until you stop dying." She lowered the blade. "Break. 10 minutes. Then we work on your footwork." Harry retrieved his sword and collapsed onto a bench along the wall. The training room was deep in goblin territory, a converted armory Arena had explained, from a time when they'd needed to be ready for war at any moment. The walls still bore scars from ancient conflicts, pockmarks and slash marks that no one had bothered to repair. "You're improving faster than I expected." Harry looked up. Arena had settled on the bench opposite him, pulling a water skin from somewhere and taking a long drink. She hadn't even broken a sweat. "That's twice now you've almost complimented me. Should I be worried?" "Probably." She tossed him the water skin. "Your magical adaptation is helping. Your body learns faster than a normal human's. Muscle memory forms quicker, reflexes sharpen more readily. But you're also working hard, and I don't give CR for anything except results." Harry drank, grateful for the cool water. Goblin springs, apparently, filtered through mineral deposits for centuries, with trace magical properties that aided recovery. One of 1,000 small details he'd learned about goblin culture over the past weeks. "Can I ask you something?" "You just did. Something real." Arena's expression shifted slightly, guardedness flickering behind her eyes. "Depends on the question. Why are you really helping me? And don't give me the political alliance speech. Your grandfather could have assigned anyone to train me. He assigned you." Silence stretched between them. Harry waited. He'd learned that pushing Arena never worked. She either answered in her own time or not at all. "Because I volunteered," she said finally. "Why?" "Because I read everything we have about Kale the Unbound. 1,700 years of records, histories, personal accounts from goblins who knew him." She met Harry's eyes, and something vulnerable flickered there before she locked it down. He wasn't just powerful. He was good. Genuinely, actively good. He could have conquered everything, and instead he tried to build something better. Tried to give people like me a chance to be equals instead of servants. "And you think I'm like him?" "I think you could be. Or you could become something else entirely. Something worse than the enemies you're fighting." She leaned forward, intensity radiating from every line of her body. That's why I volunteered, Potter. Because I want to see which one you become. And maybe, if I'm good enough and lucky enough, I can tip the scales in the right direction. Harry absorbed this. It was the most honest thing she'd ever said to him, and he recognized the risk she was taking by saying it. I don't want to be a conqueror. What do you want? The question hung in the air. Harry considered it seriously, not just the surface answer, but the real one, the one he'd been circling around for weeks without quite letting himself examine. I want to stop being afraid, he said slowly. Not of dying, I've made peace with that, but afraid of what I might become. Afraid that the power will change me into something I don't recognize. He looked at his hands, at the faint glow of magic visible just beneath the skin if he focused. I want to be strong enough to protect the people I care about, and wise enough to know when protection becomes control. That's a good answer. Is it? Sometimes I think it's just prettier words for the same thing everyone else wants. Power and the justification to use it. The fact that you're worried about that is exactly why I think you might be different. Orina stood, stretching muscles that had to be at least slightly tired, even if she'd never admit it. Break's over. Let's work on your footwork. She was halfway to the center of the room when the door exploded inward. Harry was moving before conscious thought caught up. Throwing himself sideways, calling his practice sword to his hand, magic flaring to life around him like a second skin. Orina had done the same, a real blade appearing in her grip from somewhere, her body positioned between the door and Harry. 3 figures stood in the smoking doorway. Goblins, but wrong somehow. Their armor was black where Goblin ceremonial armor was bronze, and their eyes glowed with a sickly green light that had nothing to do with natural magic. The human, one of them said, voice distorted like it was coming through water. We've come for the human. You'll have to go through me, Orina said. Yes. The lead figure smiled, revealing teeth that had been filed to points. We will. They attacked. Harry had seen Orina fight in training. Controlled, precise, always holding back enough to teach rather than destroy. This was different. This was Orina unleashed, and she was terrifying. Her blade sang through the air, meeting the first attacker's sword with a clash that threw sparks across the room. She ducked under the second attacker's strike, came up inside his guard, and opened his throat with a single economical motion. The third attacker came for Harry. He parried barely and felt the impact rattle his teeth. These weren't normal goblins. They were stronger, faster, enhanced somehow. The green glow in their eyes pulsed with every movement, feeding them power from somewhere. Harry gave ground, blocking strike after strike, his practice sword chipping and cracking under the assault. He couldn't keep this up. The blade would shatter in seconds. So stop playing by their rules. His magic rose and he let it. Not an attack, not yet, but a shield, wrapping around his blade, reinforcing the wood and practice metal with crystallized intention. The next strike bounced off, and Harry felt the shock travel into his opponent instead of his own arm. The goblin hesitated, surprise flickering behind that sick green light. Harry didn't hesitate. He moved, not with the formal techniques Orina had been teaching, but with something older, something instinctive. His free hand came up, magic gathering in his palm, and he shoved it into the goblin's chest. The effect was immediate. The green light flickered, struggled, and then winked out entirely as Harry's power burned through whatever enhancement had been driving it. The goblin collapsed, suddenly just a goblin again. Still armed, still dangerous, but no longer superhuman. Harry hit him again before he could recover. The pommel of his practice sword cracked against the goblin's skull, and he went down. Across the room, Orina had finished her first opponent and was pressing the lead attacker back toward the wall. But something was wrong. The lead goblin was holding her off, matching her strike for strike, and that sickly green power was growing brighter, not fading. Orina! Harry started toward them. Stay back. She didn't look away from her opponent. This one's different. The lead goblin laughed. She's right, human. I'm not like those two. I volunteered for this, took the power willingly. It's part of me now, not just riding my body. He pushed forward, driving Orina back. The purists send their regards. You should never have allied with the human filth. Purists, Harry had heard the term, goblin separatists who opposed any alliance with wizards, who believed goblin society should remain isolated and self-sufficient. He hadn't realized they were this well-organized, or this willing to use obviously dark magic. Irina was losing. Not quickly, but inevitably, each exchange pushed her a little further back, each block came a little slower. Whatever power the lead purist had taken, it was more than even her skills could overcome. Harry couldn't just watch. He crossed the room in 3 strides, his practiced sword discarded, both hands blazing with primordial fire. The lead purist sensed him coming and turned, too slow. Harry slammed into him, not with a weapon but with his whole body, magic and momentum combined. They crashed through the training room wall, ancient stone shattering around them, and landed in the corridor beyond in a tangle of limbs. The purist recovered first, that green power flooding through his body, and his hand closed around Harry's throat. "Abomination," the goblin hissed. "You think you're the first human to touch the source? You think it makes you special? It makes you dangerous. A disease that needs to be cut out." Harry couldn't breathe. The grip was crushing his windpipe, and the green power was seeping into him, corrupting, trying to snuff out his magic like water on flame. He'd felt this before. In the graveyard, the killing curse reaching for his soul, trying to drag him into darkness. He'd survived that. He'd survived this. Harry stopped fighting the grip and reached deeper, past his magic, past his training, into the core of what he'd become. The primordial source answered. Not fire this time, not force, but something subtler. Connection. The ability to touch other magic and understand it. He touched the green power in the purist's body, and he understood. It wasn't goblin magic. It wasn't any kind of natural magic. It was stolen, ripped from something else, something vast and angry and contained. Prison, Harry realized. The power was leaking from a prison, and the purists had found a way to tap into it. A prison 1700 years old. Kale. The realization hit Harry like a physical blow. The purists were drawing power from Kale's prison, from the primordial touched human the Covenant had locked away centuries ago. That's why it felt so familiar. That's why it reacted so violently to Harry's own magic. He was facing an echo of someone like himself. Someone who'd been trapped for 17 centuries, alone, their power slowly leached away to fuel the schemes of their captors. No. Harry grabbed that connection, grabbed it and pulled, not to steal the power but to redirect it, to send it back where it came from, to close the tap. The purist screamed. The green light blazed, flickered, and died completely. Without the stolen power, he was just a goblin, strong, trained, but nothing Harry couldn't handle. Harry's fist connected with the purist's face. Once, twice, until the grip on his throat loosened and the goblin slumped unconscious. Harry rolled off him, gasping for air, his throat burning. Footsteps approached. Irina, blade still drawn, golden eyes wide with something that might have been shock. "What did you do?" "Cut off his power source." Harry's voice came out ragged, barely audible. They were drawing it from Kale's prison. The primordial human from 1700 years ago. He's still alive, still trapped, and someone's been using him as a battery. Irina stared at him, then at the unconscious purist, then back at him. "That's impossible." "Yeah, well," Harry managed to push himself to a sitting position, leaning against the ruined wall. "Impossible seems to be my specialty lately." Alarms were sounding now, deep, resonant gongs that echoed through the corridors. Running footsteps, shouting voices. The goblin security response, finally arriving. "We need to tell your grandfather," Harry said. "This changes everything." "I know." Irina knelt beside him, and for a moment her hand rested on his shoulder. Brief, barely there, but undeniably present. "Can you walk?" "Probably." "Then let's go, before more of them show up." She helped him to his feet. Harry swayed, his magic depleted from the confrontation, his body aching from impacts he hadn't fully registered during the fight. But he could move, he could think, and he could feel something new, a thread of connection, faint but persistent, stretching from his core toward something distant. Something old. Something that had been alone for a very, very long time. Cale knew he was here. Cale had felt what Harry had done. The way Harry had touched the stolen power and traced it back to its source. And somewhere, in a prison built to last eternity, something stirred. Ragnar's face could have been carved from stone. "You're certain?" "I felt it." Harry sat in the chair he'd occupied during his first meeting with the Goblin King. But everything about the situation was different now. Guards lined the walls, real guards in full combat armor, weapons drawn. Orina stood at Harry's shoulder, her presence a silent declaration of allegiance. And the air itself seemed heavier, charged with tension. The purest power was coming from Cale's prison. "It's not theoretical. I made direct contact with it." "How is that possible?" One of the advisors, an ancient goblin whose name Harry had never learned, stepped forward. "The prison was designed by the Covenant. It's supposed to be completely isolated from our reality." "Supposed to be," Orina said. "But 1700 years is a long time. Even the best containment degrades eventually. Or someone found a way to tap into it deliberately." Harry met Ragnar's obsidian eyes. The purists didn't stumble onto this by accident. Someone gave them the method. Someone who knows exactly how Cale's prison works. "The Covenant," Ragnar said slowly. "Maybe. Or someone who used to be part of them." Harry leaned forward. "Think about it. The Covenant wants to maintain the status quo. A faction of goblin separatists attacking their own government, drawing power from an ancient prison that creates chaos, destabilization. And if I'd been killed in that attack, they'd have solved their primordial problem without getting their hands dirty." Silence. The advisors exchanged glances, uncomfortable implications spreading through the room like ripples. "You're suggesting," Ragnar said carefully, "that the Covenant is actively working against the Alliance, not just watching." "I'm suggesting they're scared. A human connected to the source, allied with the Goblin Nation. That's exactly the scenario they've been preventing for 17 centuries. They're not going to wait and see how it plays out. They're going to act." "Then what do you propose?" Harry had been thinking about this since Orina had helped him to his feet in the ruined training room. Thinking about the thread of connection still pulsing in his awareness, about the ancient being on the other end of it, about what it meant that someone so powerful had been trapped for so long. "I want to find Cale's prison." More silence. This time it was heavier, loaded with something that felt almost like fear. "Absolutely not." The ancient advisor's voice cracked like breaking ice. "The prison's location has been lost for over 1,000 years. Deliberately lost. Every goblin who knew its coordinates was eliminated, by the Covenant and by our own leadership, who understood the danger of that knowledge falling into the wrong hands." "The wrong hands being mine?" "The wrong hands being anyone's." Cale was not just powerful, he was connected to the source itself. If he were freed, if he came back with 17 centuries of isolation and rage driving him, the advisor shuddered. He could unmake everything. The magical world, the mundane world, perhaps reality itself. Or he could be an ally. Harry stood, and something in his posture made several of the guards shift nervously. "You want to know what I felt when I touched that connection? I felt loneliness. I felt betrayal. I felt someone who tried to do the right thing and got punished for it. Someone who's been trapped in darkness for longer than most civilizations have existed." He looked around the room, meeting each gaze in turn. "I'm not saying we free him blindly. I'm saying we find out what's actually happening. Because if the purists can draw power from that prison, so can other people. And if the containment is degrading, it won't be long before it fails entirely. Do you want Cale coming back on his own terms? Or do you want to be part of the conversation when it happens?" Ragnar hadn't moved throughout Harry's speech. Now he stirred, ancient bones creaking, and something in his expression shifted. Calculation giving way to something more like respect. "You argue well for a human. I learned from watching my enemies. They always have better arguments than my friends." A ghost of a smile crossed Ragnar's face. "Very well. We will investigate. Discreetly. If there is information about the prison's location hidden in our archives, we will find it." He raised a gnarled finger. But you will not go alone. And you will not act without my explicit approval. Is that understood? Understood. Good. Ragnarok gestured toward the door. Go. Rest. Recover from your fight. We will speak again when we have more information. Harry nodded and turned to leave. Irina fell into step beside him, her presence oddly comforting after everything that had happened. They made it halfway to the exit before Ragnarok's voice stopped them. Harry Potter. Harry turned. The ancient goblin was watching him with those fathomless eyes, and for a moment he looked every one of his thousands of years, tired, worn, carrying weights that would crush lesser beings. My granddaughter tells me you refused to use lethal force against the purists. Even when they were trying to kill you, they were being used, manipulated. Killing them wouldn't solve anything. Many would disagree. Many in this room, in fact. Ragnarok's gaze swept across his advisors, several of whom shifted uncomfortably. The ability to destroy is easy. The strength to spare, that is something rarer. He inclined his head, the smallest possible bow. You continue to exceed expectations, human. I find myself wondering how far that will go. Harry didn't have an answer for that. Neither, apparently, did anyone else. He left the chamber with Irina at his side and 1,000 questions burning in his mind. Irina's quarters felt different now. Harry sat in the same spot he'd occupied during their first meeting, near the still-warm forge, but everything else had changed. The attack had stripped away the last pretense of formality between them. They'd fought together, bled together, or at least Harry had bled, while Irina had methodically dismantled opponents with terrifying efficiency, and that created a bond that transcended politics. You saved my life, she said. Harry looked up from the cup of stone brew she'd pressed into his hands. You were holding your own. I was losing, slowly but inevitably. Irina sat across from him, her own drink untouched. That purist was stronger than anything I've fought before. Without whatever you did to cut off his power, you would have figured something out. Maybe, probably not in time. She met his eyes, and there was something raw in her expression. Vulnerability, quickly suppressed but undeniably present. Goblins don't like debts. It makes us uncomfortable. So I'm going to say this once, and then we're never discussing it again. Thank you. You're welcome. Good. Now drink your stone brew and stop looking at me like that. Harry smiled despite everything. The pain, the exhaustion, the weight of what he'd learned. Looking at you like what? Like you're seeing something I didn't mean to show you. Maybe I am. Irina's eyes flashed. Not with anger, but with something more complicated. Don't. Whatever you think you're seeing, whatever connection you think this creates. I'm still a goblin princess. Still fourth in line for the throne. Still bound by responsibilities you can't imagine. I don't have the luxury of what? Of being what I want to be. She looked away, and for a moment she seemed younger, less certain. I volunteered to work with you because I thought I could maintain distance. Treat it as a political assignment. Help guide your development without getting personally involved. And now I watch you refuse to kill enemies who were trying to murder you. I watch you feel sorry for an ancient being you've never met. I watch you stand in front of my grandfather's council and argue for mercy and investigation instead of vengeance. She shook her head. You're making it very difficult to maintain distance, Potter. Harry set down his cup. Do you want to maintain distance? That's not the point. That's exactly the point. He stood, moving closer, and Irina tensed but didn't retreat. I spent 15 years letting other people define my relationships for me. Who I should trust, who I should fear, who I should care about. I'm done with that. So I'm asking you directly, what do you want? Irina was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. I want to believe you're real, that you're actually what you seem to be. Not a politician wearing a hero's face, not a conqueror waiting for the right moment, just a person who's trying to do the right thing despite having every reason not to. And if I am, then I want... She stopped, something flickering across her face. I don't know what I want. That's the problem. I've never been allowed to want things for myself. Everything has always been about the nation, the alliance, the grand political strategy. Then start now. Harry didn't touch her. He wasn't sure how she'd react, and he wouldn't push past boundaries she hadn't explicitly lowered. But he held her gaze, letting her see that he meant every word. What do you want, Irina? Right now, in this moment, politics and duty and everything else aside. What do you want? She looked at him, really looked, golden eyes searching his face for deception, for hidden angles, for all the traps she'd been trained to expect. Whatever she found there made her expression shift, fear giving way to something softer. I want to trust you, she said. I want to believe this alliance is real, that it's not just another political game. I want... Her voice caught. I want to stop being alone. Harry understood that. God, did he understand that? I can't promise to be perfect, he said quietly. I'm going to make mistakes, probably a lot of them, but I can promise to be honest, to tell you the truth even when it's uncomfortable, to treat you as a partner, not a political asset. He took a breath. And I can promise that whatever happens, you won't be alone in it. We're in this together now. Irina stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she reached out and took his hand. Her skin was warmer than he expected, roughened by forge work but surprisingly gentle. The touch was brief, just a moment of contact, but it meant something. He could feel it in the way her magic brushed against his, tentative questioning. He let his own magic answer, not with words, but with truth, showing her what he'd shown no one else. The fear, the determination, the desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, he could become something worth being. Irina's breath caught. You're terrified. Constantly. You hide it well. I've had practice. She almost smiled at that. A real smile, not the sharp political expression she usually wore. You're an idiot, Potter. You know that. I've been told. Good. Someone needs to remind you. She released his hand, but the distance between them had changed. Shortened. Get some rest. Tomorrow we start training again. Already? I almost died today. Which is exactly why we're training. If you can't handle a few purists without nearly getting strangled, you're not ready for the Covenant. She moved toward her forge, already slipping back into professional mode. I'll have food sent to the guest quarters. Eat, sleep, and be here at dawn. Dawn, right? Harry headed for the door, pausing at the threshold. Irina. She looked up. Thank you for telling me the truth. Something flickered in her golden eyes, warmth, quickly banked. Don't make me regret it. I'll try not to. He left her quarters and made his way through the goblin tunnels toward the guest rooms he'd been assigned. His body ached, his magic was depleted, and his mind was racing with everything he'd learned and experienced. But underneath all of that, something new was growing. Not hope exactly, not certainty, connection. For the first time since his power had awakened, Harry felt like he might not have to face everything alone. It wasn't much, but it was a start. The guest quarters were comfortable, more comfortable than anything Harry had expected from underground goblin architecture. The bed was surprisingly soft, the temperature perfectly regulated by ambient enchantments, and someone had left fresh clothes and a tray of food on the table. Harry ate mechanically, barely tasting the food, his mind elsewhere. Kill. The thread of connection was still there, pulsing faintly in his awareness. He could ignore it if he tried, but it never quite went away, a constant reminder of the ancient being trapped somewhere beyond normal reality. What would 17 centuries of isolation do to a person? What would it feel like to be conscious, aware, and completely alone for longer than most of human history? Harry had spent 11 years locked in a cupboard under the stairs, and that had been bad enough. The idea of 17 centuries was almost incomprehensible. He finished eating and lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The stone above him was carved with subtle patterns. Goblin script, he recognized now, after weeks of study. Blessings for safe rest, protection against nightmares. Ironic, given what was waiting for him when he closed his eyes. Sleep came faster than expected. The dream came faster still. Harry stood in darkness, Not the absence of light, but something deeper. A void where light had never existed and never would. The kind of darkness that existed before creation, before the first spark of existence. He wasn't alone. So, a voice said, and it came from everywhere and nowhere at once. You're the new one. Harry turned, trying to locate the speaker. His magic stirred, reaching out, but there was nothing to find. Just the voice, ancient and weary and tinged with something that might have been bitter amusement. Kale? Once. Now I'm not sure what I am. The darkness shifted, and Harry caught glimpses of something massive moving at the edge of perception. You touched the power they've been stealing from me. I felt it. The first real contact I stopped counting the years long ago. I'm sorry for what they did to you. Are you? The voice grew closer, more focused. You don't even know what I was, what I tried to do. For all you know, I deserved this. No one deserves 17 centuries of isolation. Silence. Then, slowly, a shape began to form in the darkness, not quite human, not quite anything else. A figure made of light and shadow, features shifting, never quite settling into a fixed form. You believe that, Kale said, and there was wonder in his voice now. You actually believe that? How refreshing. I'm told I'm naive. Perhaps. Or perhaps you understand something the rest of them have forgotten. The figure moved closer, and Harry felt the weight of its attention. Vast, ancient, terrible, but not malevolent. Just old. So old that concepts like good and evil had become meaningless. They're afraid of me, you know? Everyone. The Covenant, the goblins, even the ones who've been drawing my power without permission. They think that if I were freed, I would destroy everything in vengeance. Would you? I don't know anymore. Kale's form flickered, and for a moment Harry saw something else underneath. A young man, barely older than Harry himself, with dark hair and green eyes and an expression of profound sadness. I was angry once. For centuries, I dreamed of nothing but escape and retribution. But rage is exhausting. Eventually it burns away, and all you're left with is this. Loneliness. Yes, the word carried the weight of millennia. Loneliness so deep it becomes its own kind of existence. A companion you hate but can't survive without. Harry thought about the cupboard, about the years of being ignored, dismissed, treated as an inconvenience rather than a person. It wasn't the same, it couldn't possibly be the same, but he understood something of what Kale meant. I want to help you. Why? Because someone should have done it centuries ago. Because the people who trapped you were wrong. Because, Harry paused, searching for the right words. Because I refuse to let fear determine who deserves help and who doesn't. If you were dangerous, if you wanted to destroy everything, you would have broken out by now. The fact that you're still here, still talking instead of screaming, that tells me something. And what does it tell you? That you haven't given up. Not completely. Some part of you still hopes things could be different. Kale was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different. Younger, somehow. More human. You're not what I expected. When I felt you touch my prison, felt the primordial source resonating with your presence, I thought you would be like the others. The ones who came before, who wanted my power or my knowledge or my destruction. But you're an idiot? Genuine. Kale's form stabilized, settling into the shape of the young man Harry had glimpsed earlier. That's rare. Rarer than you know. So I keep hearing. Harry moved closer, and the darkness seemed to recede slightly around him. His own power pushing back against the void. Tell me what happened. Not the stories, not the propaganda. The truth. So Kale told him. He spoke of a childhood in ancient Britain, of discovering powers that no one could explain, of being feared by his own village, of fleeing into the wilderness and learning to survive alone, of the day a dying druid had found him and recognized what he was, primordial touched, connected to the source itself, capable of things that hadn't been possible since the dawn of magic. He spoke of building alliances, of convincing magical creatures and humans alike that they didn't have to live in fear and conflict. Of the years of work, the careful diplomacy, the gradual construction of something that looked almost like hope. And he spoke of the betrayal. The coalition that had formed against him, the war that had lasted 9 days, the final battle where he'd been overwhelmed not by strength but by numbers, hundreds of wizards, coordinated by the Covenant, pouring every ounce of their collective power into binding him. They couldn't kill me, Kale said. The source kept me alive, kept regenerating the damage. So they built this prison instead. A pocket dimension, cut off from everything, designed to hold me forever. But it's leaking. Has been for centuries. Small cracks at first, barely noticeable. But they're growing. Kale's expression shifted, fear flickering underneath the weariness. The Covenant knows. They've been trying to repair the containment, reinforce the seals. But the goblins who call themselves purists found one of the cracks, started drawing power through it. And every time they do, they make the damage worse. So eventually the prison will fail entirely. Yes, and when it does, Kale spread his hands. I genuinely don't know what will happen. I've been trapped so long. I don't know what I am anymore. The person who built those alliances, who tried to change the world. I'm not sure he still exists. Harry absorbed this. It was terrifying on one level. An ancient being of immense power, unstable and uncertain, about to be released into a world that had moved on without him. But it was also an opportunity. What if you didn't have to face it alone? Kale's eyes, green, Harry noticed, the same shade as his own, narrowed. What do you mean? When the prison fails, or if we find a way to open it safely, you'll need someone to help you reintegrate. Someone who understands what you're going through, who can help you figure out who you want to be now. Harry met Kale's gaze steadily. I'm not saying I have all the answers. I'm barely figuring out my own situation. But I know what it's like to be defined by powers you didn't ask for. And I know what it's like to have everyone expect you to be something you're not sure you want to be. You're offering to be my... what? Guide? Mentor? Friend? The word came out simply, honestly. If you want one. Kale stared at him. The darkness around them shifted, becoming less oppressive, less absolute. You realize, the ancient being said slowly, that if I accept this, if I trust you, I'm making myself vulnerable in a way I haven't been since before my imprisonment. If you betray me, then you'll have every right to destroy me. But I'm not going to betray you. I keep my promises. More silence. Then, slowly, Kale smiled, the first genuine smile Harry had seen from him. You really are an idiot, Harry Potter. So everyone keeps telling me. I'm starting to think they don't mean it as criticism. Kale extended his hand. Not quite solid, but present enough to touch. Very well, friends. But if you get yourself killed before you can fulfill your end of this arrangement, I will find a way to reach the afterlife and yell at you. Harry took the offered hand. The contact was strange. Like touching concentrated potential, pure magic given form, but it felt right. Deal. The darkness around them began to fade. Harry felt himself being pulled back toward consciousness, toward the waking world. I'll find your prison, he said as the dream dissolved around him. I'll find a way to free you properly. I know. Kale's voice echoed after him. I've been waiting 17 centuries for someone to say that and mean it. Try not to keep me waiting too much longer. Harry woke in his guest quarters, dawn light filtering through enchanted windows that showed an artificial sky. He sat up, heart pounding, and realized 3 things simultaneously. First, the connection to Kale was stronger now. Not just a faint thread, but something more substantial. A bond that had been forged in dream but persisted into waking. Second, he could feel Kale's location. Not precisely but directionally. A pull in his awareness, pointing toward something distant and hidden but no longer completely unreachable. And third, someone was pounding on his door. Potter, up. We have a situation. Orina's voice, sharp with urgency. Harry threw himself out of bed, grabbed his wand from habit, and yanked open the door. Orina stood in the corridor, fully armed, her expression grim. What is it? The purist we captured yesterday, the one you knocked out, he's talking. And what he's saying, She took a breath. You need to hear this yourself. Harry followed her through the corridors, moving fast, the remnants of his dream still echoing in his mind. Whatever was coming, he had a feeling everything was about to change. The interrogation chamber was deep in the security wing, a place Harry hadn't been allowed to visit before. The walls were lined with suppression wards, the kind that could dampen even powerful magic, and the air tasted like copper and old fear. The captured purist sat in the center of the room, bound to a chair by restraints that glowed with runic script. He looked diminished without the green power flowing through him. Just an ordinary goblin, older than Harry had expected, with gray in his hair and deep lines around his eyes. Ragnarok was already there, along with several guards and an interrogator whose expression suggested this wasn't her first time extracting information from unwilling subjects. "Ah," the purist said as Harry entered. "The human. Come to gloat. Come to listen." Harry moved to stand beside Ragnarok, noting the ancient king's rigid posture. Whatever had been said before he arrived, it hadn't been good. "I'm told you want to talk. Want is a strong word. But there's no point in silence anymore. Everything's already in motion." The purist's laugh was bitter. "You think we're the enemy? We're nothing. Pawns. The real players are still in shadow." "Then enlighten us," Ragnarok said. "The Covenant approached us 3 years ago, offered us a way to strike back at the human-loving traitors who run this nation. All we had to do was conduct small raids, disrupt the alliance negotiations, create enough chaos to justify their intervention." The purist leaned forward, straining against his bonds. "We thought we were fighting for goblin freedom. We didn't realize we were just providing cover for something much larger." "The power," Harry said. "The green light. Where did it really come from?" "From a source the Covenant controls. They called it the Wellspring. Said it was ancient magic, safe to use, our rightful inheritance as goblins." His expression twisted. "They lied. I felt it when you cut me off from it, human. Felt the presence behind the power. Something trapped. Something screaming." "Kale," Orina said quietly. "If that's his name. We were never told. But after you severed my connection," the purist shuddered. "I felt his attention, for just a moment, before you pulled me away entirely. And I understood what we'd been doing. We weren't using that power. We were torturing someone to get it." Harry's hands clenched at his sides. The dream was still fresh in his mind. Kale's weariness, his loneliness, the centuries of pain that had burned away everything except the simple desire to not be alone. "Is there more?" Ragnarok's voice was carefully neutral. "There's always more. The Covenant isn't just trying to prevent your alliance. They're trying to trigger something. They've been weakening the prison deliberately, through us, through other groups they've manipulated. The cracks are spreading faster than they should be." "Why would they want the prison to fail?" Orina demanded. "Kale's release is exactly what they've been trying to prevent for centuries. Unless it's not." Harry's mind was racing, pieces clicking into place. "Unless they have a plan for when it happens. Some way to control the release or redirect Kale's power or kill him the moment he emerges," the purist finished. "That's what the Covenant leader said. They've been preparing something for this moment. Some weapon or ritual, I don't know the details. But they're confident that when the prison finally breaks, they'll be ready to end him permanently." Harry felt cold. Not from fear, but from sudden, terrible clarity. The Covenant hadn't been trying to maintain Kale's prison. They'd been running out the clock, keeping him contained just long enough to prepare his execution. And now, with Harry complicating things, with the Goblin Alliance threatening their careful plans, they were accelerating. "How long?" he asked. "Weeks, maybe less. The cracks are growing faster now that you're involved. Your magic is resonating with his, speeding the decay." The purist looked at Harry with something that might have been pity. "You thought you could help him, didn't you? Instead, you might have sealed his doom. And yours." "Enough." Ragnarok's voice cut through the chamber. "Take him back to his cell. We'll continue this later." The guards moved to comply, hauling the purist to his feet. As they dragged him toward the door, he called back over his shoulder, One more thing, human. The Covenant knows about your dream. They have watchers in places you can't imagine. Whatever you promised that ancient being, they heard it. And they're coming. Then he was gone, and Harry was left standing in the interrogation chamber with the weight of the world settling onto his shoulders. Well, Orina said into the silence. That's not good. No. Harry turned to face Ragnarok. We need to move faster. Whatever the Covenant is planning, we have to find Kale's prison before they're ready. You don't even know where it is. I do now. Harry touched his chest, where the bond with Kale pulsed like a second heartbeat. He showed me in the dream, not the location exactly, but the direction. And with Goblin resources, your archives, your magic, we can narrow it down. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. You're suggesting we launch an expedition to find and potentially free the most dangerous being in magical history, racing against an ancient organization with centuries of preparation, based on a dream and a feeling. Yes. And if we fail? If the Covenant reaches him first? Or if Kale emerges unstable and hostile? Then we deal with that when it happens. But doing nothing guarantees the worst outcome. At least this way we have a chance. More silence. Then Ragnarok nodded slowly. Very well. We'll begin immediately. But Harry Potter. His obsidian eyes were hard as stone. If this goes wrong, it won't just be your life on the line. It will be everyone who trusted you. Everyone who believed in your vision of a better future. I know. Harry met the ancient king's gaze without flinching. That's why I'm not going to let it go wrong. He turned and walked out of the interrogation chamber, Orina falling into step beside him. You know, she said quietly, when I volunteered for this assignment, I thought the biggest challenge would be teaching you to hold a sword properly. Sorry to disappoint. Don't be. She glanced at him, and there was something new in her golden eyes. Respect, maybe, or the beginning of faith. This is more interesting. They walked together through the Goblin tunnels, toward whatever came next. The clock was ticking. Chapter 3. Blood and Bronze Harry's sword shattered against the training dummy, and he barely managed to dodge the counterattack. Again, Orina said from across the room. And stop holding back. I'm not holding back. The blade can't handle my magic anymore. Then learn to moderate the flow. You're not going to have unlimited weapons in a real fight. Harry grabbed another practice sword from the rack and settled into stance. 3 days since the interrogation. 3 days of pushing himself harder than ever, trying to prepare for whatever was coming. His body was covered in bruises. His magic was constantly depleted, and he'd slept maybe 12 hours total. He'd never felt more alive. The training dummy came at him again, enchanted to fight at varying skill levels, currently set to something Orina called moderately lethal. Harry parried the first strike, ducked the second, and managed to land a solid hit on its torso before it adapted and nearly took his head off. Better, Orina said. Your footwork is still sloppy, but you're reading the patterns faster. High praise. Don't get cocky. A real opponent won't telegraph their moves that obviously. The door to the training room opened, and a young goblin messenger rushed in, slightly out of breath. Princess Orina, Master Potter. Director Ragnarok requests your immediate presence in the war room. Harry and Orina exchanged glances. War room? Harry asked. We have news, the messenger said, about the prison's location. They moved. The war room was exactly what the name suggested. A chamber designed for planning military operations, with massive tables displaying magical maps, walls covered in strategic diagrams, and enough space to hold a small army's worth of commanders. Right now it held Ragnarok, a half-dozen senior advisors, and a goblin Harry hadn't seen before, younger than most of the leadership, with the intense expression of someone who'd been staring at documents for too long. Harry Potter, Ragnarok said as they entered. This is Silverquill, our chief archivist. She's found something. Silverquill stepped forward, clutching a scroll so old it looked like it might crumble at any moment. I've been searching our oldest records, the ones we don't usually access because they're written in dialects nobody speaks anymore. 2 days ago, I found a reference to Kale's imprisonment in a trade ledger from 342 AD. A trade ledger? Arena raised an eyebrow. Goblins record everything, even things we're supposed to forget. Silverquill carefully unrolled the scroll on the table. This is a shipping manifest for specialized materials, metals, crystals, containment runes, the kind of things you'd need to build a dimensional prison. And it lists a destination. Harry leaned forward. The script was incomprehensible to him, but Silverquill pointed to a series of symbols near the bottom. Coordinates. Not modern ones, obviously, but cross-referenced with historical geography. She pulled out a second document, a map, this one newer but still clearly ancient. The prison is here, beneath what's now called Glastonbury Tor. That's in Somerset, Harry said. The mundane world knows it as a mystical site. Arthurian legends, that kind of thing. Which makes sense. The Tor has been accumulating magical resonance for millennia. Some natural, some from the prison's proximity. The Covenant built their containment facility directly beneath it, using the natural ley lines to power their wards. Silverquill's expression was grim. The bad news is that those same ley lines are what's causing the accelerated decay. Your presence, Harry Potter, is amplifying the local magical field. The prison can feel you through the earth itself. How long do we have? Based on the degradation rate? 2 weeks. Maybe less. Harry absorbed this. 2 weeks to find a way into an ancient prison, free a being who'd been trapped for 17 centuries, and stop the Covenant from executing whatever plan they'd spent that entire time preparing. No pressure. What about the Covenant? Arena asked. They must know the location too. They do, Ragnarok said. Our intelligence suggests they've been fortifying the site for months. Whatever weapon or ritual they're planning to use against Kale, it's already in place. So we're walking into a trap. We're walking into an opportunity. Harry straightened, mind already racing through possibilities. The Covenant has been preparing for Kale to emerge on their terms. Weakened, disoriented, vulnerable. They're not prepared for someone to enter the prison and help him come out fighting. Can that even be done? One of the advisors asked. Entering a dimensional prison isn't exactly standard magical practice. It's not impossible, Silverquill said slowly. The original design included access points for maintenance and observation. The Covenant has been using them to manage the power drain. If we could locate one of those access points and secure it, we could go in, Harry finished. Or at least I could. My connection to Kale should let me navigate the prison's interior. Absolutely not. Arena's voice was sharp. You're not going in there alone. I might have to. The prison was designed to contain primordial touched magic. Anyone else who enters would be at risk. I know. I don't care. She stepped forward, golden eyes blazing. You promised we were in this together. Partners, not assets. Or was that just words? Harry met her gaze. He could see the fear underneath her anger. Not for herself, but for him. For the mission. For everything they were trying to build. It wasn't just words. Then act like it. We go together or we don't go at all. Children, Ragnarok interrupted, though there was something almost like approval in his voice. Perhaps we could focus on the practical challenges before we debate who's sacrificing themselves for whom? The meeting continued for another 2 hours. They went over maps, analyzed intelligence reports, debated approaches and contingencies. By the end, they had something that resembled a plan. First, a strike team would approach Glastonbury Tor through goblin tunnels that ran beneath most of Britain. Ancient passages that predated the Covenant's presence and hopefully remained unknown to them. Second, while the main force engaged the Covenant's outer defenses, Harry and a small group would locate an access point and enter the prison itself. Third, Harry would find Kale, help stabilize him, and bring him out before the Covenant could execute their contingency. Fourth, survive. The fourth part was vague, but that seemed to be the nature of the situation. We move in 3 days, Ragnarok said as the meeting concluded. Use the time to prepare. This will be the most significant military action the Goblin Nation has undertaken in 2 centuries. We cannot afford to fail. The advisors filed out, leaving Harry and Arena alone with the ancient king. Grandfather, Orina said carefully. About the strike team, you'll be leading it. Obviously. Ragnar's expression was unreadable. You're the best combat commander we have, and the only one Harry Potter trusts enough to follow into a dimensional prison. I was going to say I should be in the advance party. With Harry. I assumed as much. Ragnar studied his granddaughter for a long moment. This mission will be dangerous. There's a significant chance none of you will return. I know. And you're still determined to go. I made a choice. About what kind of person I want to be. About what kind of future I want to fight for. Orina lifted her chin. I'm not going to back down now. Ragnar was silent. Then slowly he nodded. I've watched you grow from a child into a warrior. Orina, I've seen you sacrifice and struggle and refuse to become what others expected you to be. This, he gestured broadly, encompassing Harry, the war room, the entire impossible situation. This is what you were meant for. I only wish I could protect you from it. You taught me to protect myself. Yes, I did. The ancient goblin turned to Harry. Potter, my granddaughter is the most precious thing in my world. If you let anything happen to her, I won't. See that you don't. Ragnar moved toward the door, pausing at the threshold. 3 days. Use them well. Then he was gone, and Harry and Orina were alone. He's terrified, Orina said quietly. He's been ruling for 900 years, and I've never seen him this scared. Are you scared? Constantly. She turned to face him, and something in her expression shifted, the warrior giving way to something more vulnerable. But I'm more scared of what happens if we do nothing. If the Covenant wins, if Kale dies, if the Alliance falls apart, everything we've worked for disappears. I can't let that happen. We won't. You can't promise that. No. But I can promise to fight like hell to make it true. Harry moved closer, close enough to see the flecks of darker gold in her eyes. We've got 3 days. What do you want to do with them? Orina considered. Train, obviously. You still drop your shoulder before you strike. Besides training. A pause. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled. Not the sharp political expression he'd grown used to, but something warmer. There's something I want to show you. A place I've never taken anyone else. Lead the way. The place was a cavern. Not just any cavern. A vast underground space lit by crystals that grew from every surface, casting the entire chamber in soft, shifting colors. A waterfall cascaded from somewhere far above, feeding a pool so still it looked like polished glass. And everywhere, covering the walls and floor and ceiling, were carvings. Goblin script mixed with images, battles and ceremonies and moments of history preserved in stone. This is the Memory Hall, Orina said. Her voice hushed despite the space's vastness. Every major event in Goblin history is recorded here. The wars, the treaties, the betrayals and triumphs and everything in between. Harry turned slowly, trying to take it all in. The carvings stretched back millennia, their styles changing as the centuries passed. He recognized some of the events, the Goblin rebellions, the founding of Gringotts, the Great Alliance attempts that had failed one after another. Why are you showing me this? Because I want you to understand what's at stake. Orina moved to a section of wall near the waterfall, running her fingers over carvings that looked older than the rest. This is my favorite part. The earliest records. Back when goblins weren't just bankers and craftsmen, but explorers and scholars and... She hesitated. And dreamers. Harry moved to stand beside her, looking at the ancient images. They showed goblins among other races, humans, creatures he didn't recognize, building something together. Cities, maybe, or something more abstract. What happened? The usual. Fear, conflict, betrayal. Orina's voice was bitter. The other races decided goblins were too dangerous, too clever, too different. So they pushed us underground, restricted our magic, made us useful but never equal. And you've been fighting to get back to this ever since. Some of us. Others have given up. The purists think isolation is the answer, that we should stop trying to work with humans and just protect ourselves. She turned to face him, I think they're wrong. I think the only way forward is together. But I've never been able to prove it. Until now. Until you. She reached out, touching his hand lightly. You're the first human in my lifetime who's treated goblins as true equals. Not because you had to. Not because you wanted something. Just because it never occurred to you to do otherwise. It's not complicated. You're people. You deserve to be treated like people. It shouldn't be complicated. But it is. For everyone except you. They stood there in the crystal light, the waterfall's soft roar filling the silence between them. I'm afraid, Orina said quietly. Not of dying. I've been ready for that since I was old enough to hold a blade. But of failing. Of being so close to something real and watching it slip away. We won't fail. You keep saying that. Because I have to believe it. Harry turned to face her fully, and something shifted in his chest. A recognition. A certainty. Orina, I'm not going to pretend I know how this ends. Maybe we beat the Covenant and free Kale and everything works out perfectly. Maybe we don't. But whatever happens, I want you to know. He stopped, suddenly unsure how to finish. Know what? That you're not alone in this. That I'm not just fighting for an alliance or a political advantage. I'm fighting because I believe in what we're building. And because... The words caught in his throat. Orina waited. The crystals around them pulsed gently, casting shifting shadows across her face. Because I care about you, Harry finished. Not as a princess or a warrior or a political partner. Just as you. Orina. Silence. Then Orina stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and kissed him. It was brief, barely more than a touch, but it carried weight. Promise. Possibility. I've been wanting to do that for days, she said when she pulled back. But I wasn't sure if I felt the same way, if it was real, if this wasn't just circumstances pushing us together. Shared danger and trauma and all the other things that make people think they feel more than they do. Is that what this feels like to you? Circumstances. No. She met his eyes, and her walls were down. Completely down, in a way he'd never seen before. It feels like the first real thing I've ever chosen for myself. Harry kissed her again. This time it lasted longer, and somewhere in the middle of it, the weight on his shoulders got a little lighter. They had 3 days until they walked into what might be their deaths. 3 days to prepare, to plan, to steal whatever moments of peace they could. For now, this moment was enough. The 3 days passed faster than Harry expected. Training consumed most of it, combat drills, magical exercises, tactical planning with the strike team. The goblins assigned to the mission were elite warriors, each with decades of experience. And they looked at Harry with expressions that ranged from skepticism to grudging respect. He earned more of the latter by the end of the 2nd day, when a sparring session with one of their best fighters ended in something that wasn't quite a draw but wasn't quite a loss either. You adapt quickly, the fighter, a scarred veteran named Ironclad, said afterward. I've heard stories about primordial-touched humans. They didn't do justice to reality. I had good teachers. The princess. Ironclad's tone was carefully neutral. She's spoken highly of you. Has she? To those of us who will follow her into battle, yes. Goblins respect competence. We respect conviction more. But what we respect most is loyalty. To our people, our cause, and those who fight beside us. The veteran's eyes were sharp. Princess Orina is my commanding officer. She is also the closest thing I have to family. If you hurt her, I won't. See that you don't. It seemed Harry was collecting threats from concerned goblin relatives. He wasn't sure if that was a good sign or not. On the 3rd day, just before they were scheduled to depart, Harry received 2 unexpected visitors. The first arrived by owl, a letter from Dumbledore, carefully worded but unmistakably urgent. Harry, I have learned of your plans regarding Glastonbury Tor. I implore you to reconsider. The forces you're preparing to confront are beyond anything you've faced before, and the entity you seek to free may not be the ally you believe him to be. Please, meet with me before you proceed. There are things I must tell you, things I should have told you long ago. Come to Hogwarts, if only for an hour. Let me help you understand what you're truly facing. With great concern, Albus Dumbledore Harry read the letter twice, then set it aside. Dumbledore's concern might be genuine, probably was, actually, but it came too late and asked for too much. Trusting the old wizard meant trusting his judgment over Harry's own. And Harry had stopped doing that the moment he'd learned about all the secrets Dumbledore had kept. Maybe someday they could rebuild that trust. But not today. The second visitor was more unexpected. Harry was in Irina's quarters, going over final preparations, when the door guard announced a guest. "Human," the guard said, her voice tinged with distaste. "Claims to be a friend." Harry and Irina exchanged glances. No human should have been able to reach this deep into Goblin territory. "Let them in," Irina said, her hand moving to her blade. The door opened, and Hermione Granger walked through. She looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes, travel-worn robes, hair even more chaotic than usual. But her expression was determined. "Harry James Potter," she said. "What in Merlin's name do you think you're doing?" For a moment, Harry couldn't find words. Hermione was here, in Gringotts, in a secret goblin war room, surrounded by armed guards who were looking at her like she'd grown a second head. "Hermione, how did you—" "I'm not an idiot. When you disappeared after the bank incident, I started researching. When you kept disappearing every evening, I followed you. When I realized you were spending time in Goblin territory, I made contact with their London representative and explained that my best friend was about to do something monumentally stupid and I needed to stop him." She crossed her arms. "It took 3 days to negotiate access. You're welcome. I'm welcome. For having a friend who cares enough to hunt you down before you get yourself killed." Her eyes swept the room, taking in the maps, the weapons, the battle plans spread across every surface. "You're planning to attack an ancient organization, free an imprisoned demigod, and somehow survive whatever happens next. Does that about sum it up?" "It's more complicated than that." "Of course it is. It always is with you." Hermione's expression softened slightly. "Harry, I'm not here to talk you out of it. I know you well enough to know that's impossible once you've made up your mind. I'm here to help." "Help how?" "Research, intelligence. The kind of support you're going to need if you want to survive this." She pulled a thick folder from her bag, one Harry recognized as her emergency study materials. "I've been digging into everything I can find about the Covenant, about primordial magic, about Glastonbury Tor. Did you know there are ministry records from the medieval period that mention unexplained magical phenomena in that area? Or that 3 unspeakables have disappeared near the Tor in the last 50 years? "I did not know that." "Of course you didn't. You've been too busy training and making alliances and—" She glanced at Irina, and something in her expression shifted, "and apparently getting close to Goblin royalty." "Hermione, it's fine. Really." Hermione took a breath. I missed you, Harry. This summer has been terrible. You're dealing with something massive and you didn't tell me. And I know you probably had reasons, but it still hurt." Harry felt the words like a punch to the gut. She was right. He'd shut her out. Shut everyone out, and whatever reasons he'd had, they didn't make up for the damage. "I'm sorry. I know." Hermione's smile was tired but genuine. "Just promise me you'll survive long enough to make it up to me. And maybe let me help this time." Harry looked at Irina, who had been watching the exchange with an unreadable expression. "What do you think?" "I think," Irina said slowly, "that having a human researcher who's already done intelligence work on our enemies could be valuable. And I think you'd be an idiot to turn down help from someone who clearly cares about you." "Then it's settled." Hermione set her folder on the table. "Now, can someone explain to me exactly what we're dealing with? I have questions. Lots of questions." Hermione's questions lasted 4 hours. By the end of it, she knew almost everything: the primordial source, the Covenant, Cale's imprisonment, the alliance with the goblins. The only thing Harry didn't tell her about was his relationship with Irina. Mostly because Hermione seemed to have figured it out already, and he wasn't sure how to bring it up. "This is insane," Hermione said when he'd finished. "You realize that, right? This is completely and utterly insane." "Yes. And you're going to do it anyway." "Yes." Then I'm coming with you. Absolutely not. The objection came simultaneously from Harry, Orina, and 3 different goblin guards. I'm not asking permission. Hermione's jaw was set in that familiar stubborn line. You need someone who can analyze magical systems in real time. Someone who can identify weaknesses in the Covenant's defenses. Someone who could get killed the moment we engage the enemy. Harry stepped forward, taking her hands. Hermione, I appreciate this more than I can say, but this isn't your fight. You don't have to prove anything. It's not about proving anything. It's about being there for you. Her eyes were bright. Harry, you saved my life in first year. You saved all of us in third year. You've been fighting alone for so long, and I'm tired of standing on the sidelines while you walk into danger. Let me help, please. Harry looked at her, really looked, and saw the fear underneath the determination. She was terrified, but she was here anyway. If you come, you stay with the support team. Not in the front lines, not near the prison. Research and analysis only. Deal. And if I tell you to run, you run. No arguments. I reserve the right to argue in extreme circumstances. Hermione. Fine. Mostly no arguments. She squeezed his hands. Thank you, Harry. Don't thank me yet. Thank me if we survive. They departed at midnight. The goblin tunnels were older than Harry had imagined. Ancient passages carved through bedrock by magic and determination, connecting the major goblin settlements across Britain. They moved quickly, silently, the strike team flowing through the darkness like shadows. Harry felt the tour getting closer with every step. The bond with Cale pulsed stronger, more urgent, and underneath it he sensed something else. A pressure, building like a storm about to break. We're close, he said to Orina, who was running beside him. I know. I can feel the ley lines converging. Her expression was focused, professional. The energy levels are higher than the report suggested. The Covenant's been busy. They emerged from the tunnels into a natural cave system about a mile from the tor. The strike team spread out, taking positions, checking weapons. Ironclad approached with a report. Scout teams are in position. The Covenant has at least 50 personnel on site. Mix of wizards and something else. Something our scouts couldn't identify. Something else. They're reading as magical but not human. Not goblin. Not anything in our databases. Ironclad's expression was grim. Whatever they are, they're positioned around the main access points to the underground facility. Getting through them won't be easy. Harry closed his eyes, reaching out with his senses. He could feel the Covenant's forces, bright points of magical energy arranged in defensive patterns. But there was something else too. Something darker, underneath. They've been drawing from Cale's prison, he said. Just like the purists. Whatever those creatures are, they're powered by stolen primordial energy. Can you disrupt them like you did the purist? Maybe, if I can get close enough. Harry opened his eyes. We need to draw them away from the access points. Give me an opening. Orina nodded. That's what the strike team is for. We'll hit them hard, pull their attention, and create a gap. You go through with your group and find the prison entrance. My group. Ironclad, 2 of his best fighters and... She hesitated. And Hermione in support position. She insisted on being in the field team. Of course she did. She's stubborn. You have no idea. Orina's expression softened slightly. Harry, be careful. You too. I always am. She started to turn away, then stopped, looking back. When this is over, there are things I want to say. Things I haven't said because the timing felt wrong. Orina, don't. Not yet. Just survive. We'll talk after. She was gone before he could respond, moving to join her command position. Harry watched her go, something tight in his chest. Then he turned to his team. You heard the plan. We move when the strike team engages. Stay close, follow my lead, and whatever happens, don't touch the dark energy. It's corrupted. It will try to turn you. Ironclad nodded. The 2 fighters flanking him looked young for goblins. Probably only a few decades old. but their eyes were steady. Hermione appeared at his side, her wand drawn, the folder of research clutched under one arm. "Ready?" he asked. "No. But let's do it anyway." The attack began with fire. Goblin siege flame, an alchemical weapon that burned hot enough to melt stone, cascaded across the Covenant's outer defenses. The night erupted into chaos, screams and explosions, and the crackle of magical combat. Harry's team moved. They skirted the edge of the battle, using the confusion as cover. The bond with Kale was a compass in Harry's mind, pulling him toward a specific point on the Tor's lower slopes. An access point, just like Silverquill had described. They were halfway there when the creatures attacked. The things that emerged from the shadows weren't human, weren't anything Harry had seen before. They were humanoid in general shape, but wrong, twisted, distorted, their bodies flickering between solid and immaterial. And their eyes burned with the same sickly green light Harry had seen in the purists. "Constructs," Hermione breathed. "They're magical constructs. Shells animated by the stolen power. How do we stop them?" "I don't." The first construct lunged. Ironclad intercepted it, his blade carving through its torso. But the thing didn't fall. The wound sealed instantly, green fire knitting the damage together. "They regenerate," Ironclad snarled. "Normal weapons won't." Harry grabbed the construct with his magic and pulled, just like with the purist, reaching into the thing's core, finding the thread of primordial energy that animated it, and severing the connection. The construct collapsed, its false life snuffed out in an instant. "I can handle them," Harry said. "Keep moving. Don't let them slow us down." More constructs came. Harry destroyed them, one after another, his magic reaching out and cutting the stolen power away. Each time was easier than the last, his technique refining itself through repetition. But there were so many, and somewhere ahead, he could feel the Covenant's attention shifting, noticing him, responding. "Harry!" Hermione's voice urgent. "The access point, it's just ahead. But there's something." He saw it. A figure stood between them and the entrance, human-shaped but wreathed in dark energy, power rolling off it in waves. Not a construct, something worse. "Well," the figure said, its voice echoing strangely, "the new primordial arrives at last. We wondered when you'd make your move." Harry stopped, gesturing for his team to hold position. "Covenant. Among other things, I am Castellan Voss. I've been studying your kind for 300 years. Your predecessor was disappointing. I hope you'll prove more interesting." "I'm not here to be interesting. I'm here to free Kale." "I know. And you'll fail just as everyone before you has failed." Voss stepped forward, the dark energy around him intensifying. "The prison cannot be opened from outside, and you cannot enter it not without dying. The containment was designed to destroy any primordial energy that approaches." "Then how have you been draining power from it?" "Carefully. Through channels we spent centuries developing. Channels that are beyond your understanding or ability to replicate." Voss raised his hand, and the air crackled. "But I didn't come here to explain. I came here to end this, quietly, before your little war creates complications." He attacked. The blast of dark energy was massive, enough to level a building, enough to vaporize an ordinary wizard. Harry threw up a shield on instinct, primordial fire meeting corrupted power. The impact drove him back 3 steps, but he held. "Interesting," Voss said. "You're stronger than the reports suggested." "Good. I was hoping for a challenge." He attacked again, and again. Each strike was different. Fire, lightning, force, things that had no name, and each one pushed Harry's defenses closer to breaking. Harry fought back, but his own attacks seemed to slide off Voss's shields like water off glass. The Covenant agent had been doing this for centuries. He knew tricks Harry hadn't even imagined. "Your power is raw," Voss said, almost conversationally, as another exchange left Harry gasping. "Untrained, unfocused. You rely on instinct instead of technique. Against a lesser opponent, that might be enough. Against me?" He smiled. "You're going to die here, boy. just like all the others. Harry's magic surged, but Voss was faster, darker, and the blow that came next cracked through his shield and sent him flying. He hit the ground hard, tasted blood, saw Ironclad and the other goblins charging, saw Hermione raising her wand, saw Voss turning to face these new threats with contemptuous ease. No. Harry reached down past his training, past his understanding, into the core of what he was, what he'd become, and he touched the bond with Cale. Help me. The response was immediate. Power flooded through him, not stolen, not corrupted, but freely given. Cale's strength flowing across the connection, reinforcing Harry's depleted reserves, filling him with energy beyond anything he'd experienced. Together, Cale's voice whispered in his mind, "We fight together." Harry rose. Voss turned, surprise flickering across his features for the first time. "What?" Harry moved, not with the clumsy force of before, but with precision, 17 centuries of combat experience guiding his hands. Cale's knowledge, flowing through their bond, teaching Harry exactly where to strike. His first blow shattered Voss's shield. His second drove the Covenant agent back. His third, Voss screamed as primordial fire burned through his defenses, through his carefully accumulated power, through everything he'd spent 300 years building. "Impossible," he gasped, falling to his knees. "You can't. The containment's failing. And Cale isn't alone anymore." Harry stood over his fallen enemy, power still blazing around him. "You've been torturing him for 1700 years. You've been using his pain to fuel your schemes. That ends now. You'll destroy everything." "No, I'll set things right." Harry raised his hand for the final blow, and stopped. Voss looked up at him, confusion breaking through the fear. "What? I'm not like you. I don't kill when I don't have to." Harry let the power fade slightly, keeping just enough to maintain his advantage. "You're done. The Covenant's control over Cale is ending. You can fight it and die, or you can accept it and live. Choose." For a long moment Voss said nothing. Then slowly he bowed his head. "You really are different. I almost wish. But no. It doesn't matter." He looked up, and something that might have been respect flickered in his eyes. "The access point is behind me. The containment will recognize your signature now. Cale's bond has changed you, made you part of the prison's design. You can enter." His laugh was bitter. "I hope he's worth it, boy. I hope everything you're destroying tonight is worth whatever you're trying to build." "It is." Harry walked past the defeated Covenant agent, toward the entrance that glowed with ancient power. Behind him, he heard Ironclad ordering the goblins to secure Voss, heard Hermione's rapid breathing as she processed what she'd just witnessed. Ahead, he felt Cale waiting. The prison was opening. It was time to bring a friend home. The entrance to the dimensional prison looked like a crack in reality itself, a vertical line of light that hurt to look at directly. Harry stood before it, feeling the containment wards pressing against him, testing him. Then they recognized the bond, recognized Cale's signature woven into Harry's magic. And they let him through. The world dissolved. Harry fell through layers of existence, through dimensions that had no names, through darkness and light and spaces that existed between spaces. It should have been terrifying. Instead, it felt like coming home. He landed on solid ground, or what passed for solid in this place. The prison was vast, an endless plain of gray stone beneath a sky that shifted between black and purple. In the distance, structures loomed, towers and walls and things that might have been buildings once, before 17 centuries of isolation eroded them into ruins. And at the center of it all, sitting on a broken throne, waiting Cale. He looked different from the dream, more solid, more real. A young man with dark hair and green eyes, wearing clothes that had been fine once but were now worn to rags. His face was tired, ancient, carrying the weight of ages. But his eyes were clear, and when he saw Harry he smiled. "You came. I told you I would." Harry walked forward, crossing the gray stone, closing the distance between them. The prison's energies swirled around him, but they didn't attack. The bond protected him, marked him as belonging here. "I felt what you did. against the Covenant agent. Kale's voice was rough and used to speaking aloud. You used my power, my knowledge. I hope that's okay. It's more than okay. It's what I hoped for. Kale stood, and despite everything, the isolation, the torture, the endless years, there was something like joy in his expression. I've been waiting so long for someone to fight beside. Someone who wouldn't try to use me or destroy me. Just be with me. Well, here I am. Here you are. Kale extended his hand, the same gesture from the dream. Are you ready? For what? To break me out of this place. To face whatever comes next together. His green eyes, so similar to Harry's own, gleamed. To change everything. Harry took his hand, and the prison began to fall. Chapter 4. The old laws. The prison shattered like glass. Harry felt it happening. Felt the 1700-year-old containment wards cracking, buckling, finally giving way. Kale's power surged around them both, no longer suppressed, no longer drained, finally free to be what it was meant to be. The gray stone beneath their feet dissolved. The endless sky tore apart. Reality itself screamed as the dimensional pocket collapsed inward. Hold on, Kale said, his grip on Harry's hand tightening. This is going to be rough. Rough was an understatement. They fell through the space between dimensions, a void that made the prison look comfortable by comparison. Harry's magic instinctively wrapped around them both, forming a bubble of stability, but the forces tearing at them were immense. Without Kale's presence guiding them, anchoring them to reality, they would have been scattered across infinity. Then suddenly they were through. Harry crashed onto solid ground, actual ground, the real world rushing back with overwhelming intensity. He could smell grass and smoke, hear distant sounds of battle, feel the ley lines of Glastonbury Tor thrumming beneath him like a heartbeat. They'd made it. He pushed himself up, looking around. They'd emerged near the base of the Tor, maybe 100 meters from where he'd entered the prison. The battle was still raging above. Goblin siege fire lighting up the night, magical explosions echoing across the hillside. And beside him, Kale was standing. Actually standing. In the real world. For the first time in 17 centuries. The ancient primordial looked around with an expression of wonder, reaching out to touch a nearby tree like he couldn't quite believe it was real. His fingers trembled against the bark. Trees, he said softly. I'd forgotten what they felt like. The texture of living things. Kale, give me a moment, please. His voice was thick. I spent so long in that place. Gray stone and empty sky. No life. No change. Nothing but my own thoughts for company. He took a shuddering breath. I need a moment to remember what it feels like to exist. Harry waited. Around them, the sounds of battle continued, but the immediate area was clear. The goblins had pushed the Covenant forces back, creating a perimeter. Finally, Kale turned to face him. The ancient eyes were clearer now, more focused. Thank you for coming, for believing I was worth saving. You are worth saving. You barely know me. I know enough. Harry extended his hand. Now come on. The battle's not over yet. Kale took his hand, and something passed between them. A deepening of the bond, a recognition of shared purpose. Then they were moving, running toward the sounds of conflict. The Tor was chaos. Covenant forces had regrouped after the initial Goblin assault, and both sides were now locked in brutal close-quarters combat. Harry saw Arena leading a charge against a fortified position, her blade flashing in the firelight. He saw Hermione crouched behind a fallen column, her wand moving in precise patterns as she provided covering fire. And he saw the constructs, dozens of them now, pouring from somewhere underground, their green-lit eyes scanning for targets. Without the prison to draw from, their power source should have been cut off, but they were still moving, still fighting. They've got a secondary power supply, Kale said, reading the situation instantly. Probably blood sacrifice. The Covenant always has contingencies. Can you stop them? I can do better than that. Kale raised his hand, and the night exploded with light. It wasn't fire, wasn't lightning. It was something more fundamental, pure primordial energy, unfiltered and absolute. It swept across the battlefield like a wave, and where it touched the constructs, they simply ceased to exist. Not destroyed, unmade. 20 constructs vanished in an instant. The Covenant forces froze. The goblins froze. Everyone stared at the impossible figure on the hillside, the ancient power radiating from him like heat from a sun. Kale the Unbound, someone breathed. One of the Covenant wizards, his voice carrying in the sudden silence. It's actually him. They actually freed him. Yes, Kale said, and his voice rolled across the battlefield like thunder. They did. And now I'm going to give you one chance. One chance to surrender, to walk away, to choose a different path than the one your predecessors chose when they locked me in that hell for 1700 years. Silence. Then one of the Covenant commanders, a tall woman in black robes, stepped forward. Her expression was contemptuous. You think this changes anything? You're weakened, disoriented. You've been isolated for centuries while we've been preparing for this exact scenario. She raised her hand, and around her, other Covenant agents did the same. Contingency 7. Now, the air crackled. Something massive was building. A coordinated magical assault from dozens of sources, channeled through rituals that had been laid centuries ago. Get down! Harry threw himself in front of Kale, his shields already forming. But Kale was faster. He didn't raise shields, didn't try to block. Instead, he reached out and touched the magic itself. The building energy, the prepared rituals, the centuries of careful planning. And he unmade them. Harry felt it happen. Felt the Covenant's contingency dissolve like morning mist. All that accumulated power scattered to nothing. The wizards who'd been channeling it staggered, several collapsing entirely. You misunderstand, Kale said softly. I'm not weakened. I've been storing power for 17 centuries with nothing to spend it on. Every moment of isolation, every second of suffering, it all became fuel. He stepped forward, and the ground trembled slightly beneath his feet. I am not what I was before they imprisoned me. I am so much more. The Covenant commander's contempt had shifted to fear. Retreat. All units. No. Kale's voice cut through everything, and suddenly nobody was moving. Nobody could move. Harry felt the binding settle over the battlefield. Not painful, not harmful, just absolute. I could destroy you all, Kale continued. I could do it before your next heartbeat. That's what you expected, isn't it? The monster emerging from his cage, mad with vengeance. He shook his head slowly. 17 centuries ago, that might have been true. I was so angry when they sealed me away. I dreamed of nothing but retribution for the first few hundred years. He walked forward, through the frozen Covenant forces, his expression almost peaceful. But rage is exhausting. Eventually it burns itself out, and you're left with clarity. I had plenty of time for clarity. He stopped in front of the Covenant commander, looking into her terrified eyes. I don't want vengeance. I don't want destruction. I want to build something better than what existed before. That's what I always wanted, even when your predecessors convinced the world I was a threat. The binding released. The commander stumbled, catching herself against a nearby rock. Go, Kale said. Tell your leaders what you've seen. Tell them the prison is broken and the prisoner is free, and I have no interest in continuing the war they started. If they want to negotiate, I'll negotiate. If they want to fight. His expression hardened slightly. Then they'll learn exactly what 17 centuries of stored power can do. The commander stared at him. Then, without a word, she turned and ran. The other Covenant forces followed, their organized retreat becoming a rout. Within minutes, the hillside was clear of enemies. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Around him, the goblins were beginning to stir, checking themselves and each other, processing what they'd just witnessed. Orina pushed through the crowd, her blade still drawn, her expression complicated. That was impressive. Thank you. Kale inclined his head. You must be Princess Orina. Harry has thought about you a great deal over the past few weeks. His mental imagery was quite detailed. Orina's eyes flicked to Harry, who felt heat rising to his cheeks. The bond lets him read my thoughts? Impressions, mostly. Emotions. Images that carry strong feeling. Kale's smile was knowing. Don't worry. Your secrets are safe with me. And your taste is excellent. She's remarkable. We're not discussing this now, Harry said firmly. No, Orina agreed. We're not. But there was something in her expression. Relief, maybe, or the beginning of amusement. Can we focus on the fact that we just broke an ancient prisoner out of his dimensional cell and drove off the Covenant? We can. Kale turned to survey the battlefield, his expression growing serious. Though I suspect our victory celebration will be brief. The Covenant doesn't accept defeat gracefully. They'll be back, with more forces and better preparation. How long do we have? Days. Perhaps a week, if they're feeling cautious. Kale looked at Harry. We need to talk. About what comes next. About what I am now, and what we're going to do with it. Agreed. Harry turned to Orina. Can you handle the cleanup here? Get the wounded back to Gringotts, secure any Covenant prisoners, that kind of thing? Obviously. But Harry... She caught his arm before he could turn away. What you did. Going into that prison, freeing him, fighting Voss. It was insane. Probably. And brave. And stupid. And... She stopped, seeming to struggle with words. Then she just pulled him into a brief, fierce embrace. Don't do it again without telling me first. I'll try. She released him, nodding to Kale with formal courtesy. Welcome back to reality. Try not to destroy anything important. I'll do my best. Then she was gone, shouting orders to the Goblin strike team, organizing the aftermath with the efficiency Harry had come to expect from her. She's definitely remarkable, Kale observed. Can we please stop talking about my relationship? Relationship? So it's official now. Harry glared at him. Kale raised his hands in mock surrender. Fine, fine. No more teasing. For now. He gestured toward a quiet area at the base of the tor, away from the cleanup efforts. Shall we? They settled on a fallen stone, the ancient marker of some long-forgotten ritual. The night was quiet now, the sounds of battle fading into the ordinary noises of wind and distant owls. So, Harry said, what happens now? Kale was silent for a moment, staring up at the stars. I spent 17 centuries imagining this moment. Freedom, fresh air, the chance to finish what I started so long ago. He laughed softly. Now that it's here, I find myself uncertain. Uncertain about what? Everything. The world has changed so much while I was gone. The political structures, the magical theory, the relationships between species, nothing is the way I remember. I'm effectively a stranger in a time I don't understand. He looked at Harry. And I'm terrified that if I try to change things again, I'll just make the same mistakes. Draw the same enemies. End up right back where I started. You won't be alone this time. No, I won't. Kale's expression softened. That's what makes this different, isn't it? The first time I was trying to do everything myself. Build alliances, yes, but always from a position of individual strength. I thought my power was enough to protect my vision. And now I understand that power without community is just another form of isolation. He turned to face Harry fully. I meant what I said to the Covenant. I don't want vengeance. I want to build something. But it has to be built together with people who share the vision, not imposed from above by a single overwhelming force. That's essentially what we've been doing with the Goblin Alliance. I know. I've been watching through the bond when you let me. Kale smiled. You're good at this, Harry. Better than I was at your age. You understand instinctively that relationships matter more than power structures. I've had good teachers. And painful lessons. Kale nodded. The cupboard under the stairs. The adults who failed you. The friend who was murdered in front of you. His voice was gentle, not accusatory. Suffering can make us cruel, or it can make us compassionate. You chose compassion. That's rare. Harry didn't know what to say to that. The mention of Cedric still hurt. Probably always would. But something about the way Kale said it made it feel less like a wound being poked and more like a scar being acknowledged. What do you need from me? He asked finally. To help you build whatever you're trying to build? Partnership. Your perspective, your connections, your understanding of this era. And your grounding. Kale's expression was serious. I am still incredibly powerful. Perhaps more powerful than anyone else alive. That kind of strength is dangerous, not because I would choose to misuse it, but because it's easy to start seeing problems as things to be solved through force rather than negotiation. You want me to check you. I want you to remind me when I'm going too far. Push back when I start to believe my own legend. Be honest with me when everyone else is too afraid or too awed to disagree. He extended his hand, the same gesture, the same offer. Partners. Equals. Building something better together. Harry took the hand. Partners. The bond between them pulsed with recognition. Agreement. Shared purpose. Then Kale's expression shifted, his eyes going distant. Something's wrong. What? The Covenant. They didn't just retreat, they activated something. A signal. He stood abruptly, power gathering around him. They're not coming back themselves. They're calling someone else. Who? Before Kale could answer, the night tore open. Not a portal. Not an attack. Something worse. A rip in reality itself. A wound in the fabric of existence. Through it came presence. Not a person, not exactly. An awareness, vast and ancient and fundamentally inhuman. So, a voice spoke directly into Harry's mind. The same cold tone he'd felt once before. The prisoner is free. And bonded to the new one, no less. How unexpected. The Covenant, Kale said, his voice tight. Not the agents. The Covenant itself. Correct. We are the Covenant of Stasis. We are the guardians of equilibrium. And you, Kale the Unbound, are a disruption that cannot be tolerated. I'm not interested in your equilibrium. I'm interested in change. Yes, that has always been your flaw. The presence seemed to focus, intensifying. We gave you 17 centuries to learn wisdom, to understand that some forces are too dangerous to be allowed agency. Your freedom was always going to be temporary. We simply hadn't anticipated the complications. Harry felt the attention shift to him. The new primordial, bound to the old one. Partnership we did not foresee. There was something almost like curiosity in the voice. We offered you guidance once. You refused. Perhaps now you understand your situation better. I understand that you tortured a man for 1700 years because you were afraid of what he might do, Harry said. That's not wisdom. That's cowardice. Silence. The presence seemed to be considering. You are young. Idealistic. You believe that power can be used for good. That change can be controlled. That the best intentions guarantee the best outcomes. Something like sadness entered the voice. We believed those things once, long ago. Before we learned what happens when balance is disrupted. Before we saw civilizations burn because one being decided they knew better than the natural order. So you became the arbiters of what's allowed? You decided who gets to have power and who doesn't. Someone had to. Without guidance, magical development spirals toward catastrophe. Every primordial before Kale eventually became a threat to everything around them. We simply managed the inevitable. By murdering them. By preventing greater harm. Do you understand how many would die if beings like Kale were left unchecked? How many wars, how much destruction? I understand that you never gave any of them a chance. Never let them prove they could be trusted. Harry's voice was hard. You made your judgment before any of us had the opportunity to show who we actually are. Another silence. Longer this time. Perhaps the Covenant admitted. Perhaps we have been overzealous. In 1700 years, we have never encountered a primordial who chose mercy over vengeance. Never met one who sought partnership instead of dominance. The attention focused on Kale. You could have killed those agents. You didn't. Why? Kale answered carefully. Because killing them would have proven you right. Would have justified everything you did to me. I refused to become the monster you told everyone I was. And if we refuse to accept your restraint, if we decide that the risk is too great, that your freedom cannot be permitted, then we fight. Kale's power gathered around him, the full weight of 17 centuries of stored energy. And you learn exactly how costly that decision would be. The presence was silent for a long moment. Harry felt it considering, calculating, weighing options with the cold precision of something that had been making these decisions for millennia. Then, unexpectedly, it spoke again. We would like to propose an alternative. The proposal was unprecedented. The Covenant, the actual Covenant, not its human agents, wanted to meet, face to face, or as close to that as was possible for a collective consciousness that existed partially outside normal reality. They wanted to negotiate. This is a trap, Orina said flatly. They'd returned to Gringotts, to the same war room where they'd planned the assault on the Tor. Ragnarok was present, along with his senior advisors. Hermione had somehow acquired a mountain of tea and was taking notes with obsessive thoroughness. And Kale sat in a chair that looked far too small for someone of his presence, looking bemused by the whole situation. Probably, Harry agreed. But they could have attacked instead of talking. They didn't. Because they know they can't win a direct confrontation, Orina countered. You saw what Kale did to their constructs. If they tried to fight both of you together, we would destroy them. Kale's voice was matter-of-fact. Or they would destroy us. Either way, it would be catastrophic. He leaned forward. The Covenant has been maintaining magical stability for thousands of years. Whatever you think of their methods, and I have opinions, they're not stupid. They know a war between us would damage the world regardless of who won. So they're offering negotiation as an alternative to mutual destruction? That's my read, yes. Ragnarok spoke for the first time. And what exactly are they offering to negotiate about? Coexistence. A new agreement. Rules for how primordial-touched beings are handled, with actual input from the beings themselves rather than just unilateral containment. Kale's expression was thoughtful. It's more than they've ever offered before. The question is whether they're sincere. They imprisoned you for 17 centuries, Orina said. They've killed others like you throughout history. Why would we trust anything they say? We wouldn't trust it. We'd verify it. Harry had been thinking about this since the Covenant made their offer. They want to meet in person. That means we can see them, read them, assess whether they're being genuine. And if they're not, if it is a trap, we'll be prepared. How? By bringing enough force that a trap would cost them more than it gained. Harry looked at Ragnarok. How many warriors could we mobilize on short notice? If we needed to respond to an ambush, the ancient Goblin considered. For an operation within Britain, several hundred within hours. More if given a day to prepare. And if the meeting goes wrong, if the Covenant tries something, could you have forces in position to strike their known installations? Ragnarok's eyes glittered with sudden understanding. A dead man's switch. They attack you, we attack them everywhere at once. Exactly. Make sure they know any betrayal will cost them everything they've built. That could work, Orina admitted reluctantly. But it's still risky. What if they have capabilities we don't know about? They probably do. But so do we. Harry gestured at Kale. We have the first free primordial in 17 centuries. They've never had to deal with that before. For the first time in their entire existence, they're off balance. Which could make them more dangerous, not less. Or more willing to deal. Kale rose from his chair, pacing slowly. The Covenant's entire purpose is maintaining stability. A war with us is the opposite of stability. If they can achieve their goals through negotiation instead of conflict, they will. He paused. The question is what those goals actually are, and whether we can live with them. Hermione spoke up for the first time. Can I ask something? Everyone turned to look at her. She'd been so quiet during the discussion that Harry had almost forgotten she was there. What exactly does the Covenant want? In general, what's their end goal? Kale answered. They want to prevent catastrophe. Magical power, when concentrated in individuals without checks, tends to cause massive destruction. The Covenant formed in response to disasters caused by unchecked primordials. Beings who meant well but whose power spiraled beyond their control. So they're not evil? They genuinely believe they're protecting people. From their perspective, yes. They've seen what happens when power goes unchecked. They've cleaned up the aftermath of magical disasters that killed millions. Kale's voice was heavy. That doesn't make what they did to me right, but it means they're not cartoon villains. They have reasons for what they do. Hermione nodded slowly. Then maybe negotiation actually could work. If they're motivated by preventing harm, and you can demonstrate that you're not going to cause harm, they'll never believe it, Orina interrupted. They've been hunting primordials for millennia. One conversation isn't going to change their fundamental assumptions. Maybe not one conversation, but it's a start. Hermione met the princess's gaze steadily. Harry's been doing impossible things since I met him. Surviving killing curses, forming alliances with goblins, breaking ancient prisons. Why not add negotiating peace with an ancient conspiracy to the list? Despite everything, Harry smiled. Your confidence in me is touching. I'm not confident. I'm terrified. But I've learned that being terrified doesn't mean something can't work. She pulled out a fresh piece of parchment. Now, what do we know about the Covenant's organizational structure? If we're going to negotiate, we need to understand who we're negotiating with. The meeting was set for 3 days later. The Covenant specified the location. A place called the Threshold, which turned out to be an ancient site in northern Scotland where the barriers between dimensions were naturally thin. It was neutral ground, they claimed, a place where neither side could easily bring overwhelming force. Harry spent the 3 days preparing. Combat training with Orina, magical coordination exercises with Kale, strategy sessions with Ragnarok and his advisors, and long conversations with Hermione, who had somehow acquired every historical document about the Covenant that existed in Goblin, Wizard, and Ministry archives. They're old, she said during one late-night research session. Really old. The earliest references I can find date back to ancient Cimmeria, that's like 4,000 years ago. But there are hints that they existed even before that. What kind of hints? Cave paintings, oral traditions, stories of beings who maintained the balance between the spirit world and the physical world. She spread her notes across the table. I think the Covenant might predate human civilization as we know it. That would explain how they're so powerful. It would explain a lot of things, including why they're so set in their ways. Hermione's expression was troubled. Harry, beings that old don't change easily. Their patterns of thinking, their assumptions about how the world works, that's all been reinforced for thousands of years. So you think negotiation is pointless? No, I think it's our best option. But I also think we need to be realistic about what we can achieve. She met his eyes. You're not going to convince them to completely change their approach to primordials in one meeting. The best we can hope for is a temporary arrangement, a framework for continued dialogue. Baby steps. Exactly. Show them you're not a threat. Build trust incrementally. Give them time to adjust their assumptions. She smiled slightly. It's basically what you've been doing with the goblins, just on a longer timeline. Harry thought about that. The Goblin Alliance had started with suspicion and distrust, with both sides viewing each other as tools to be used. It had taken weeks of consistent behavior, of kept promises and demonstrated respect, to build something real. The Covenant had been suspicious of primordials for millennia. Changing that would take more than weeks, maybe more than years, but it was still worth trying. The night before the meeting, Orina came to his quarters. She didn't knock, just walked in, her expression determined, and stood in the middle of the room like she was bracing for a fight. We need to talk. Okay. Harry set down the notes he'd been reviewing. What about tomorrow? The meeting. She took a breath. I want to come with you. Orina, don't argue. I've been thinking about this for 3 days, and I've made my decision. The Covenant specified limited attendees. Me, Kale, and one support person. Exactly. One support person. Her golden eyes blazed. That should be me. The plan is for that to be Hermione. Her analytical skills. Hermione is brilliant, but she's not a fighter. If something goes wrong tomorrow, she can't protect you. Kale can protect me. Kale is the thing they're most afraid of. If it comes to violence, he'll be their primary target. You need someone focused specifically on keeping you alive. She stepped closer. Harry, I'm not asking for permission. I'm telling you that I'm going to be there. The only question is whether you accept it or whether we argue about it for the next several hours. Harry looked at her, really looked. She was scared. Not showing it in any obvious way, but he'd learned to read her tells over the weeks they'd spent together. The slight tension in her shoulders. The way her hands wanted to reach for weapons that weren't there. She was scared, and she was doing this anyway. Why? He asked quietly. You have responsibilities here. Your people need you. My people need this alliance to succeed. And you're at the center of that alliance. Her voice softened slightly. But that's not the only reason. What's the other reason? She was quiet for a moment. Then she moved closer, close enough that he could see the flecks of darker gold in her eyes. Because I care about you, not as a political partner, not as an asset, as a person I don't want to lose. She reached up, touching his face gently. I've never felt this way before, about anyone, and it terrifies me, because I don't know how to protect something I can't control. Orina, let me finish. Tomorrow you're going to walk into a meeting with beings that have killed everyone like you for thousands of years. You're going to try to convince them to change. And I don't know if it's going to work, or if they're going to betray you, or if... Her voice caught. I can't sit in Gringotts waiting to hear what happened. I need to be there. I need to know that whatever comes, we face it together. Harry pulled her into his arms. She tensed for a moment. Goblins weren't big on physical affection, then relaxed against him. Together, he said. Whatever comes. Promise. Promise. They stood there for a long moment, holding each other, drawing strength from the connection. Then Orina pulled back slightly, her expression shifting to something almost playful. Good. Now, should I tell Hermione she's been reassigned? Or do you want to handle that conversation? She's going to be upset. She's going to understand. She's practical. Orina moved toward the door. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Orina. She paused, looking back. Thank you for being willing to do this. For everything. Something soft flickered in her golden eyes. Thank me when we survive. Then she was gone, and Harry was alone with the weight of tomorrow pressing down on him. The threshold was cold. Not just physically cold, though the Scottish Highlands in late summer weren't exactly tropical, but magically cold. The natural thinness of dimensional barriers created a kind of void, a place where normal magical warmth didn't quite reach. Harry felt it the moment they arrived. A sense of standing at the edge of something, like the world itself wasn't quite solid here. Cale stood beside him, 17 centuries of power held in perfect stillness. Orina flanked his other side, armed and armored, her expression giving nothing away. Across the ancient stone circle, the Covenant waited. They'd manifested in physical forms. 7 figures in hooded robes, their features obscured by shadows that seemed to move independently of the wind. But Harry could feel what they really were. Consciousnesses vast and ancient, barely contained by their temporary bodies. You came, the central figure spoke. We wondered if you would. You invited us. It would have been rude to refuse. Something that might have been amusement rippled through the gathered presence. Humor. The old one never had much of that. Perhaps you'll be different in other ways as well. We're here to find out. Cale stepped forward. You wanted to negotiate, so negotiate. The Covenant figures shifted, arranging themselves in a rough semicircle. One of them gestured, and suddenly there was furniture. Stone chairs rising from the ground, a table forming between the two groups. Please, sit. This may take some time. They sat. Harry made sure to position himself between Cale and the nearest Covenant figure, with Orina covering his blind side. If this went wrong, they needed to be able to move quickly. Let us begin with acknowledgments, the central figure said. We imprisoned Cale the Unbound 17 centuries ago. Our reasons seemed sound at the time. Previous primordials had caused catastrophic damage when left unchecked. We believed we were protecting the world. You were protecting your power, Cale said flatly. Perhaps some of our members were motivated by such concerns. But the organization as a whole genuinely sought to prevent harm. The figure paused. However, recent events have complicated our certainty. How so? You were freed. You had 17 centuries of stored power, 17 centuries of anger and isolation. By every model we had developed, you should have emerged as a destructive force. Instead, the figure gestured vaguely. You spared our agents. You offered negotiation. You formed a partnership with the new primordial based on mutual support rather than dominance. Is that so surprising? Honestly, yes. Extremely. For the first time, something like genuine confusion entered the voice. Our predictions failed. Our understanding of primordial psychology was incomplete. And if we were wrong about you, you might be wrong about everything, Harry finished. A troubling thought, but one we must consider. The central figure leaned forward. We are prepared to offer a new arrangement. One that does not involve imprisonment or elimination. What kind of arrangement? Oversight, accountability, a framework in which primordials are allowed to exist freely, but with safeguards against catastrophic misuse of power. The figure raised a hand before Harry could object. Not our oversight. Not exclusively. A council, composed of representatives from multiple magical factions, including yours. Harry exchanged glances with Cale. This was more than they'd hoped for. What would this council do exactly? Establish boundaries. Define what uses of primordial power are acceptable and what uses cross into dangerous territory. Provide mediation when conflicts arise. The figure's voice was careful, measured. Think of it as magical law. Not imposed from above, but agreed upon by all parties. And if we disagree with a council decision, then we negotiate, argue, find compromise, as civilized beings do, something like a sigh. We have been fighting this battle the same way for millennia. Perhaps it is time to try a different approach. The discussion continued for hours. Details were argued, clarifications sought, concerns raised and addressed. Harry found himself impressed despite his suspicions. The Covenant representatives seemed genuinely interested in finding workable solutions, not just imposing their will. By the time the sun began to set, they had the outline of an agreement. A council would be formed. Representatives from the Covenant, the Goblin Nation, the human magical world, and other factions would meet regularly to address issues of magical stability. Cale and Harry would have seats, not as subjects to be managed, but as participants with equal voice. In exchange, they would agree to certain limitations. No unilateral use of primordial power that might affect non-participants. No interference in the internal affairs of other magical nations without council approval. Transparency about major magical workings. It wasn't perfect. There were loopholes, ambiguities, things that would need to be worked out over time. But it was a start. We'll need to verify your good faith, Harry said as the discussion wound down. Words are easy. Actions are what matter. Agreed. Which is why we propose a gesture of sincerity. The central figure reached into its robes and withdrew something. A small crystal, pulsing with contained light. This is a fragment of our core consciousness. A piece of the Covenant itself, bound into physical form. Give it to your goblin allies. If we betray this agreement, they will be able to use it to locate and strike at our most vulnerable nexuses. Harry stared at the crystal. He could feel what it was. The Covenant wasn't lying about its nature. This was a genuine vulnerability, offered freely. Why would you do this? Because trust must begin somewhere. You showed Cale mercy when you could have killed him. He showed our agents mercy when he could have destroyed them. Perhaps it is time for us to do the same. Slowly, Harry reached out and took the crystal. It was warm in his hand, pulsing with alien life. We'll consider your proposal. Discuss it with our allies. Give you a formal response within a week. That is acceptable. The central figure rose, and the other Covenant representatives followed. We hope you will accept. Not because we fear your power, though we do, but because we believe this path leads somewhere better than the alternative. They began to fade, their physical forms dissolving back into whatever dimension they normally inhabited. One more thing, the voice echoed as they disappeared. The one called Voldemort. He has been attempting to contact us. We have refused his overtures so far, but he is persistent. You should be aware that he is seeking allies against you. Then they were gone, and Harry was left standing in the stone circle with a crystal full of ancient consciousness in his hand, and a whole new set of problems to worry about. Well, Orina said into the silence. That went better than expected. Much better. Cale's expression was thoughtful. They were sincere. I would have felt deception if they'd been lying. So we actually did it? We actually negotiated a peace with the Covenant. We negotiated a framework for peace. The actual peace will take years to build. But Cale was smiling. The first genuine smile Harry had seen from him since his release. Still, it's more than I ever accomplished before they locked me away. More than I dreamed was possible. Harry looked down at the crystal in his hand. The Covenant's gift. Their vulnerability freely offered. We should get back to Gringotts. Ragnarok needs to know about this. And Voldemort, Orina added grimly. If the Covenant is aware he's seeking allies, then we need to be prepared. Harry pocketed the crystal carefully. Let's go. We've got work to do. They returned to Gringotts as dawn broke over London. The Goblin Nation was already buzzing with the news. Word had spread faster than they'd traveled. Probably through magical communication channels Harry didn't fully understand. By the time they reached the war room, Ragnarok was waiting with a full council assembled. Tell us everything, the ancient king said. So they did. The proposal, the council structure, the offered vulnerability, the warning about Voldemort. When they finished, silence filled the room. Then slowly Ragnarok began to laugh. It wasn't the polite laugh of diplomacy or the bitter laugh of disappointment. It was genuine, surprised delight. The laugh of someone who'd been fighting a battle for centuries and suddenly found their enemy offering peace. Remarkable, he said when he'd composed himself. Absolutely remarkable. In 900 years of rule, I have never seen anything like this. You'll support the agreement? I'll present it to the full council, but yes, I believe they will approve. This is better than anything we could have achieved through war. His obsidian eyes gleamed. You've accomplished something extraordinary, Harry Potter. Both of you. All three of you. It's not over yet. There's still Voldemort to deal with. Yes, but that's a problem for another day. Ragnarok rose, gesturing for them to do the same. For now, rest. Celebrate. You've earned it. They were escorted to their quarters. Harry noticed that his room had somehow been moved to be adjacent to Orina's, and left alone with instructions that no one would disturb them unless the world was ending. Harry stood at the window, looking out at the artificial sky that goblins used to simulate daylight underground. He was exhausted. More than exhausted, drained in ways that went beyond physical tiredness. But he was also proud, hopeful, something he didn't quite have words for. A knock at the connecting door. Orina entered without waiting for a response. Her armor traded for simple, comfortable clothes, her expression softer than he'd ever seen it. We did it, she said. We did something. Whether it remains to be seen. Always the optimist. She moved to stand beside him at the window. My grandfather is impressed. He doesn't impress easily. Neither do you. No, I don't. She turned to face him. Harry, what you accomplished today, what you've been accomplishing since you first walked into Gringotts. It's beyond anything I expected. Anyone expected. I had help. You had potential. Help just let you realize it. Her hand found his. I've been thinking about what I said, about caring for you, about wanting to face things together. And I meant it. Every word. She squeezed his hand. When this started, I thought of you as a tool, a powerful human to be used for goblin advantage. I'm not proud of that, but it's the truth. I know. I thought of you as a handler, someone assigned to manage me. And now, Harry turned to face her fully. In the artificial light, her golden eyes seemed to glow. Now I think you might be the best thing that's happened to me since my whole life went insane. Arena smiled. Not the sharp political smile. Not even the warmer smile she'd shown in rare moments. This was something new. Something entirely her own. That's a very romantic thing to say. I have my moments. You do. She stepped closer. Harry, I know there's still so much ahead of us. Voldemort, the council negotiations, whatever else the universe decides to throw our way. But right now, in this moment, yes. Can we just be two people who found each other against all odds? Without the politics and the prophecies and the fate of the magical world hanging over us. I'd like that. Good. She kissed him. It was different from before. Slower, deeper, without the urgency of danger or the pressure of uncertainty. Just two people choosing each other. When they finally pulled apart, Harry was smiling. You know, he said, when the goblins first proposed this alliance, they mentioned something about marriage. Arena raised an eyebrow. Are you asking? Not yet. But someday, maybe, when things are calmer, I'll hold you to that. Her smile turned playful. For now, though, I'd settle for you getting some actual sleep. You look terrible. Charming as always. I try. She led him to the bed, curling up beside him with an ease that suggested this wasn't the first time, though Harry was fairly certain it actually was. He wrapped his arms around her, feeling the warmth of her body, the steady rhythm of her breathing. Tomorrow there would be more challenges. Voldemort's schemes, the council negotiations, a whole new world of magical politics to navigate. But tonight there was just this. Two people, together, building something worth fighting for. Harry closed his eyes and let sleep take him. Chapter 5. Crown and Curse. The attack came 3 weeks later. Harry was in the middle of a council session, the fourth since the agreement had been formalized, when the alarm started screaming. Not the measured warning tones of a security drill, but the frantic, overlapping cacophony of multiple breaches happening simultaneously. Report! Ragnarok's voice cut through the chaos. A goblin runner burst through the doors, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. Multiple incursions, Director. The main vault levels. The residential quarters. He staggered. They're everywhere. Humans. Creatures. Things I don't have names for. Voldemort, Harry said, already on his feet. He's making his move. The weeks since the Covenant meeting had been tense. They'd known Voldemort was planning something. The Covenant's warning had been clear. But despite extensive intelligence efforts, they hadn't been able to determine what or when. Now they knew. All council members, evacuate to the secure bunker. Ragnarok was moving, his ancient body suddenly radiating the authority of 9 centuries of command. Military units, engage per Protocol Crimson. Potter, Kale. We're going to the front. Harry was already reaching for his magic, feeling it surge in response to the threat. This is what he wants, me. If I'm not visible, he'll tear this place apart looking. Harry, Orina grabbed his arm. I know. Be careful. He kissed her quickly. You too. Coordinate the defense. Nobody knows this place better than you. She nodded, her expression shifting from concern to cold focus. Ironclad with me. All available strike teams to defensive positions. She was moving before she finished speaking, already shouting orders into a communication crystal. Harry ran. The corridors of Gringotts had become a war zone. Explosions echoed from somewhere below, screams and spellfire creating a symphony of violence. Harry passed goblin warriors rushing toward the fighting, past civilians being herded toward shelter, past destruction that spoke to the scale of the assault. Kale appeared beside him, materializing from a side passage. I've been sensing the attackers. It's not just Death Eaters, Voldemort's brought allies. Dark creatures, mercenaries, things I haven't seen since before my imprisonment. How many? Hundreds. Maybe more. Kale's expression was grim. He's throwing everything he has at this. It's not a raid. It's an invasion. They rounded a corner and ran straight into the fighting. The main atrium, where Harry had first met Ragnarok, was a battlefield. Goblin defenders had formed a line across the space, their bronze armor gleaming as they held against a tide of attackers. Death Eaters in skull masks, werewolves in half-transformed states, giants that had somehow squeezed through the magically expanded doorways. And at the center of it all, directing the assault like an orchestra conductor, stood Voldemort. He looked different from the graveyard. Stronger, more solid, less like a creature barely clinging to existence and more like a conqueror in his prime. Whatever he'd been doing since his resurrection, it had restored him. Harry Potter. The voice carried effortlessly over the battle noise. I wondered when you'd arrive. Tom. Harry walked forward, and the fighting seemed to part around him. Both sides instinctively making room for the confrontation everyone knew was coming. You know this is suicide. Even if you kill me, the goblins will never stop hunting you. Will they? Voldemort smiled, and it was the smile of someone holding cards nobody else knew about. I think you'll find I've made arrangements. Your little alliance is about to become significantly less stable. What are you talking about? Ask your princess, if she's still alive. Cold terror flooded Harry's chest. Orina is currently facing a rather personal problem. Voldemort's smile widened. You see, I've been studying goblin politics. Fascinating culture, really. So many rivalries. So many old grudges waiting to be exploited. Did you know that Princess Orina has enemies within her own nation? People who would prefer a different heir on the throne. The purists, among others. It's remarkable what people will do when you offer them power. Voldemort raised his wand. But we can discuss politics later. Right now, I believe we have unfinished business. He attacked. The curse was nothing Harry recognized. A writhing mass of dark energy that screamed as it flew. Harry's shield caught it, but the impact drove him back 3 steps, and he felt the magic straining against the assault. Voldemort was strong. Stronger than he'd been in the graveyard. Stronger than Harry had expected. Whatever he'd done to restore himself had multiplied his power significantly. Impressive, Voldemort said. You've grown, but you're still a child playing with forces you don't understand. Funny, people keep telling me that. Harry counterattacked, a lance of primordial fire that Voldemort deflected almost casually. They're usually wrong. The duel began in earnest. They moved through the atrium, their battle becoming the center around which everything else rotated. Harry's primordial magic against Voldemort's refined dark arts. Youth and instinct against centuries of accumulated knowledge. Each exchange taught Harry something new about his enemy, and, he suspected, taught Voldemort something about him. Cale fought nearby, dealing with the strongest of Voldemort's allies, his ancient power cleaving through opponents that would have overwhelmed anyone else. But he couldn't help Harry directly, not without leaving gaps in the defense that would be immediately exploited. This fight, Harry had to win himself. You could have been great, Voldemort said between exchanges, if you'd accepted my offer in the graveyard. Joined me instead of clinging to Dumbledore's naive idealism. Your offer was slavery dressed up as partnership. My offer was truth. The world belongs to the powerful. Everyone else is just furniture. Voldemort's next curse shattered a pillar behind Harry. But you've chosen your side. Goblins and mudbloods and the relics of a dying order. When I'm finished here, there won't be enough left to bury. Harry felt his magic surge in response to the threat. Not just to him, but to everyone he cared about. Orina, Hermione, the goblins who'd trusted him. Cale, who'd waited 17 centuries for someone to believe in him. He wasn't going to let them down. You want to see powerful? Harry stopped retreating, planting his feet. Fine, let me show you powerful. He opened himself fully to the primordial source. It was something he'd been afraid to do. Afraid of losing control, afraid of what he might become. But fear didn't matter anymore. Orina was in danger. His allies were dying. And the monster in front of him needed to be stopped. Power flooded through him, more than he'd ever channeled before. His vision shifted, the world becoming a tapestry of magical currents and living energy. He could see Voldemort's dark magic like an oil slick across reality, could see the twisted souls of the Death Eaters, could see the bright points of the Goblin defenders fighting and dying. And he could see Voldemort's weakness, The Horcruxes, the pieces of soul that Voldemort had scattered to achieve immortality. Harry had always known about the connection between them, the scar, the visions, the link that Voldemort had never been able to sever completely. Now he could see all of them, feel them, the diary already destroyed, the ring somewhere in a shack in Little Hangleton, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake, and something else, something smaller, weaker, lodged in Harry himself. Ah, Cale's voice echoed in his mind, the bond carrying knowledge across the battlefield. So that's what he did. Clever in a monstrous sort of way. But it gives us an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? You're connected to all of them, through the piece in you. If you reach through that connection, Harry understood. It was risky, incredibly risky, but it might be the only way to end this permanently. He reached, not with his hands, not with conventional magic. With the primordial source itself, threading through the connection Voldemort had accidentally created, touching each Horcrux simultaneously. Voldemort realized what was happening a moment too late. No, what are you? Ending this. Harry pulled. The Horcruxes resisted. They were powerful artifacts, protected by dark magic accumulated over decades. But they were also fragments, pieces of a broken whole, desperate on some level to be reunited. Harry offered them reunion, just not the kind Voldemort had intended. One by one, the anchors failed. Harry felt the ring shatter in its hidden location. Felt the locket, wherever it was, crack and release its captive soul fragment. Felt the cup, the diadem, each breaking as he pulled their essence through the connection and into himself. The snake screamed and collapsed, its animating force ripped away. And the piece in Harry's own scar, the accidental Horcrux he'd never known he carried, tore free in a blaze of pain that nearly knocked him unconscious. For a moment he held all of them, all the scattered pieces of Tom Riddle's soul, reunited for the first time in decades. They screamed, they raged, they begged, and Harry let them go. Not back into the world. Into the void between dimensions, the same place Cale's prison had existed, scattering them so thoroughly that no force in existence could ever reassemble them. Voldemort fell. Not dead, not yet, but suddenly mortal. Suddenly vulnerable. His magic, which had been bolstered by the Horcrux's scattered power, was now purely his own. Still formidable, but no longer superhuman. And he knew it. What have you done? The voice was a whisper now, stripped of its confident thunder. My immortality, my legacy, gone. Harry walked toward him, his magic still blazing, the primordial source still singing through his veins. You're just a man now, Tom. A very powerful man, but still just a man. I will kill you. No, you won't. Harry reached out and touched Voldemort's forehead, right where the dark wizard's magic was most concentrated. And he took it. Not the way Voldemort had stolen magic from his victims. Not violently, not cruelly, but completely. He reached into the core of Voldemort's power and simply disconnected it. Unraveled the patterns that allowed Tom Riddle to channel magic at all. The most feared dark wizard of the age collapsed, utterly powerless. Kill me, Voldemort whispered. Finish it. No. Harry stepped back. Death is easy. You'll face justice. Answer for every life you've taken, every family you've destroyed. And then you'll live with the knowledge that everything you built was worthless. That your immortality was a lie and your power was borrowed. He turned to the stunned goblin guards. Take him. Maximum security. No visitors. No communications. No chance of escape. They obeyed, dragging the barely conscious Dark Lord away. The battle around them was winding down. Without Voldemort's leadership, without the dark magic he'd been channeling to his allies, the attackers were losing cohesion. Some surrendered, some fled, some fought to the death and got their wish. But the tide had turned. Harry's legs gave out. He caught himself on a broken pillar, his overtaxed magic finally demanding payment for everything he'd put it through. Cale was beside him instantly. That was incredible, and incredibly stupid. You could have burned yourself out completely. But I didn't. No, you didn't. There was something like wonder in Cale's ancient eyes. You actually did it. You ended him without becoming him. That was always the goal. Most people don't achieve their goals that cleanly. Kale helped him straighten. Come on. We need to find Irina. The reminder hit Harry like cold water. Voldemort's words about personal problems, about enemies within the nation. Irina was in danger, and Harry had been so focused on the duel that he'd almost forgotten. Where is she? I don't. An explosion shook the corridor ahead. Not the random violence of battle, but something directed, intentional. Harry ran. The scene he found would stay with him forever. Irina stood in the center of a destroyed chamber, what had been the entrance to the royal quarters. Bodies lay around her, some goblin, some human. Her armor was damaged, her blade bloody, and she was facing down 3 opponents who had clearly underestimated her. But she wasn't unharmed. A deep gash ran across her side, and she was favoring her left leg. Blood dripped from a dozen smaller wounds. And leading the attackers was a face Harry recognized from briefings. Lord Grimjaw, head of the Purist faction. He'd survived the initial conflict, apparently, and had been waiting for his moment. Your alliance ends here, Princess. Grimjaw's voice dripped with contempt. The throne was never meant for human lovers. We will purge this corruption and return our people to proper isolation. You're a fool. Irina's voice was steady despite her injuries. The alliance isn't about loving humans. It's about survival. It's about finally having the power to demand equality instead of begging for scraps. Pretty words, but you won't live to see them tested. He raised his blade, and Harry's magic slammed into him like a thunderbolt. Grimjaw flew backward, crashing through the far wall. His 2 companions spun toward the new threat, but Harry was already moving, his power still amplified from the battle with Voldemort. The first attacker went down to a blast of force that crushed his armor. The second got off a single spell before Harry's magic wrapped around him and simply stopped everything. Heart, lungs, brain, all frozen in an instant of absolute stasis. It was lethal. Harry knew it was lethal. But these creatures had tried to kill Irina, and the part of him that had just ended a Dark Lord's reign was not interested in mercy. The second attacker dropped. Grimjaw was struggling to rise from the rubble. You're not supposed to be here. Surprise. Harry walked toward him, stepping over bodies without looking at them. You thought you could use Voldemort's attack as cover for your coup. Kill Irina. Blame it on the invaders. Take control while everyone was distracted. She's a traitor to her people. She's the best thing that's happened to your people in centuries. Harry reached down, grabbing Grimjaw by his damaged armor. And you would have murdered her for politics. Kill me then. Prove you're the monster we always said you were. Harry stared into the Purist leader's eyes. He could do it. It would be easy. A thought, a pulse of power, and Grimjaw would cease to exist. Justice, of a sort, for everyone the Purists had hurt. Harry! Irina's voice, strained but clear. Don't. He turned. She was leaning against a pillar, blood seeping through the hand she pressed to her side. But her eyes were steady, and her voice was calm. He wants you to kill him, make you into the villain he's been claiming you are. Don't give him that satisfaction. He tried to kill you, and he failed. He'll face Goblin justice. Proper justice. She grimaced, shifting her weight. Trust me, our courts are not gentle with traitors. Harry looked back at Grimjaw. The Purist was watching him with something like hope. Hope that Harry would prove him right, would become the monster that justified everything the Purists had done. Fine. Harry dropped him. But if you or anyone like you ever threatens Irina again, if you so much as look at her wrong, I'll find you. And next time I won't stop. He turned his back on the defeated traitor and crossed to Irina. She was worse than she'd appeared. The wound on her side was deep, and her leg was barely holding her weight. You need a healer. Later. Right now I need to know Voldemort. Defeated. Powerless. In custody. She stared at him. You beat Voldemort? I had help. Sort of. He slipped an arm around her waist, supporting her weight. Come on. We're getting you to the medical wing. The battle is over. We won. He started walking, half carrying her. Though one might be generous, the damage is extensive. Irina was quiet for a moment. Then, softly, "Grandfather, I don't know. I haven't seen him since." "He's fine." Kale appeared in the doorway, his expression somber. "Injured, but stable." The royal bunker held. Irina sagged with relief, and Harry felt some of the tension leave her body. "Thank the ancestors," she whispered. "I thought, when the attack came to the quarters." "You protected this position yourself," Kale said. "Held off the purists long enough for reinforcements to secure the bunker." Something like admiration colored his voice. 12 against 1, and you killed 9 before we arrived." 10, Irina corrected weakly. One of them was still twitching when Harry showed up. "My mistake." Kale moved to her other side, helping support her weight. "Let's get you healed. You can finish counting your kills later." The aftermath was measured in bodies and ruins. 47 goblins dead. Over 200 attackers killed. Structural damage to 6 levels of Gringotts. The main vault breached, though Harry learned later, the breach had been a diversion rather than an actual robbery. Voldemort's real goal had never been treasure. It had been destruction. Break the Alliance, kill Harry, destabilize the Goblin Nation. He'd almost succeeded. Harry sat beside Irina's bed in the medical wing, watching the Goblin healers work their strange, precise magic. Her wounds were serious but not life-threatening. The gash on her side had missed vital organs by inches, and her leg was damaged but reparable. "Stop staring at me like I'm dying," she said without opening her eyes. "You almost did die. Almost only counts in siege warfare and explosive alchemy." She opened her eyes, golden and tired but unmistakably alive. "Besides, you're the one who looks terrible. When's the last time you slept?" "I'll sleep when I'm sure you're okay." "I'm okay. I'm in a bed surrounded by healers and my extremely overprotective partner. I'm as okay as it's possible to be." Harry laughed despite himself. It was the kind of laugh that bordered on hysteria, fueled by exhaustion and relief and the lingering adrenaline of everything that had happened. "I was so scared," he admitted. "When Voldemort said you were in danger, when I realized I might not get to you in time. But you did. Barely. Barely counts." She reached out, taking his hand. "You beat Voldemort. You actually beat him. Permanently, from what Kale tells me. I destroyed his Horcruxes. All of them, including—" He hesitated. "Including the one in me." Irina's grip tightened. "There was one in you?" "Since I was a baby, apparently. When the killing curse rebounded, a piece of his soul attached itself to my scar. I never knew." He touched the scar absently. It was still there, but it felt different now. Cleaner, somehow. "It's gone now. I felt it tear-free when I pulled the others." "Are you okay?" "I think so. It's hard to tell. I've never not had it, so I don't know what normal is supposed to feel like." He managed a tired smile. "But I don't have random visions of Voldemort's activities anymore, so that's a plus." Silver linings. Irina's expression softened. "Harry, what you did today, confronting Voldemort, ending his immortality, saving me from Grimjaw, that wasn't just power. That was choice. You chose to fight for us. For this alliance. For me. Of course I did. Not of course. Nothing about this was inevitable." She pulled him closer, ignoring the healer's disapproving look. "You could have fled. Could have focused on self-preservation. Could have decided the goblins weren't worth dying for. But you didn't. They are worth dying for. You are. Then understand something." Her golden eyes were fierce. "I feel the same way. Whatever comes next, rebuilding, politics, the council negotiations, whatever. I'm with you. Completely. Not because of alliance obligations or political necessity. Because I choose to be." "Irina, let me finish." She took a breath. "Goblins don't. We're not good at this. Expressing feelings. Trusting outsiders. My entire life, I've been taught to see relationships as transactions. Alliances based on mutual benefit, not genuine connection." Her voice softened. "You've changed that. You've shown me what it looks like when someone cares without conditions." And I want. She stopped, seeming to struggle with the words. I want to give that back. To be that for you. Harry leaned forward, pressing his forehead against hers. You already are. They stayed like that for a long moment, breathing together, existing in the simple peace of survival. Then Hermione burst through the door. Harry! Thank Merlin you're… Oh! She skidded to a halt, taking in the scene. Am I interrupting? A little, Orina said dryly. Sorry. It's just, there's a situation. Several situations, actually. Hermione was talking fast, the way she did when her brain was processing too much information at once. The Ministry is sending representatives. Dumbledore has requested a meeting. The Covenant Council wants to schedule an emergency session. And, she paused, seeming to brace herself, and someone claiming to be Voldemort's successor has broadcast a message threatening retribution. Harry closed his eyes. Of course the victory couldn't be clean. Who's the successor? Bellatrix Lestrange. She's claiming to carry on his legacy, calling for all loyal Death Eaters to regroup. Hermione's voice was grim. She was at Gringotts during the attack. She escaped. Of course she did. Harry straightened, feeling the weight settling back onto his shoulders. All right, one thing at a time. Where's Dumbledore? Waiting in the diplomatic reception area. The goblins are not pleased about his presence, but they're honoring the Alliance protocols. I'll see him, then we'll deal with the Ministry, then the Council, then… He looked at Orina. Then I'll come back. I promise. I know you will. She released his hand. Go. Handle things. I'll be here when you're done. Harry kissed her forehead gently, then turned and followed Hermione out of the medical wing. The day wasn't over yet. Dumbledore looked old. Not just elderly, he'd always been that. But now he seemed diminished somehow. The twinkle in his eyes muted, the confident bearing replaced by something more uncertain. Harry. He rose as Harry entered the reception chamber. I'm relieved to see you unharmed. Relatively unharmed. Harry didn't sit. What do you want, Professor? To speak with you. To understand what happened today. Dumbledore's voice was careful. Reports are still coming in, but from what I've gathered, you destroyed Voldemort's Horcruxes. All of them, including the one you carried. Yes, that should have been impossible. The protections on those objects were designed to resist conventional magic. Primordial power works differently. Harry kept his expression neutral. You knew about the Horcrux in me. You knew since when? First year? Second? Silence. I suspected, Dumbledore admitted. After the diary, I became certain. But I believed there might be another way. Some method of removing it without telling me about it? Without giving me the chance to deal with my own soul corruption. You were a child, Harry. How could I burden you with? I was a child who faced Voldemort every year, who was constantly in danger because of things you didn't tell me. Harry felt anger rising but kept it controlled. I'm not here to relitigate the past, Dumbledore. What's done is done. But understand something. I'm not your student anymore. I'm not your weapon, or your pawn, or your carefully managed asset. I'm an independent actor with my own allies and my own plans. I never thought of you as a weapon. Maybe not. But you thought of me as someone to be guided, controlled, kept in the dark for my own good. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. I'm done with that. If you want to work with me, it has to be as equals. Full information sharing, genuine partnership, actual trust. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy. You're right. I treated you as a child when you were already becoming something more. Made decisions for you when I should have given you choices. He bowed his head. I'm sorry, Harry. For all of it. I appreciate the apology. But what I need now is action, not words. Harry finally sat, gesturing for Dumbledore to do the same. Bellatrix is rallying the remaining Death Eaters. The Ministry is going to want explanations I'm not sure I can give. And somewhere out there, there are other threats we haven't even identified yet. What would you have me do? Help. Actually help, not control from behind the scenes. Work with the Goblin Alliance, with the Covenant Council, with everyone who's trying to build something better. Harry leaned forward. You have power, resources, influence. Use them to support what we're building instead of trying to shape it into what you think it should be. And if I disagree with your methods, then you tell me directly, and we argue about it like adults. And if we can't reach agreement, we agree to disagree and find ways to work around it. Harry's expression was firm. But you don't go behind my back. You don't make decisions for me. Those days are over. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Something shifted in his expression, resignation maybe, or acceptance. You've become remarkable, Harry. Far beyond anything I anticipated. I had good teachers. Some of them even intended to teach me what they taught. A ghost of a smile. Are we going to be able to work together? I believe so. It will require adjustment on my part. But the old wizard nodded slowly. Yes, I can do this. I can learn to trust you to make your own decisions, even when I'm uncertain about them. Good. Then let's start now. Harry stood. The ministry delegation arrives in an hour. I need you to help manage them, distract them, misdirect them, keep them from interfering while we handle the immediate crises. What about the truth? Shouldn't the magical world know what happened here? Eventually, but not until we've secured the aftermath. If we announce Voldemort's defeat prematurely, before we've dealt with Bellatrix and the remaining Death Eaters, we'll have chaos. Harry headed for the door. Control the narrative until we're ready. That's what you're good at, isn't it? He left before Dumbledore could respond, already moving toward the next crisis. Behind him, the old wizard sat alone in the diplomatic chamber, looking at the door through which his former student had disappeared. Remarkable indeed, he murmured to himself. And perhaps that's precisely what the world needs. The next several hours were a blur of meetings, decisions, and carefully managed information. Harry met with the ministry delegation, a group of officials who seemed equal parts terrified, curious, and hostile. He gave them a carefully edited version of events, emphasizing the Goblin Alliance's successful defense against a terrorist attack while downplaying his own role. The officials left with enough information to write their reports, but not enough to understand the real significance of what had happened. The Covenant Council meeting was more straightforward. They'd felt Voldemort's defeat through their network of magical monitors and wanted to understand the implications. Harry explained what he'd done with the Horcruxes, the first time any primordial had demonstrated the ability to reach across dimensional barriers and affect soul magic at that level. They were impressed and slightly alarmed, which Harry figured was the appropriate response. By evening, he was back in the medical wing. Orina was sleeping, her wounds healing under the influence of goblin medicine. Harry pulled a chair beside her bed and sat down, finally allowing exhaustion to wash over him. Cale found him there an hour later. You should be resting. I will. Soon. Harry didn't look up. How are things outside? Stabilizing. The Purist leadership has been arrested, those who survived anyway. The Death Eaters who surrendered are in custody. The ones who escaped are being tracked. Cale settled into a chair on the other side of the bed. You did well today, Harry. Better than anyone could have expected. I killed people. You defended yourself and others against attackers who would have killed you. I know. Harry finally looked up. I didn't hesitate. When I saw them threatening Orina, I didn't even think about alternatives. I just ended them. And that concerns you, shouldn't it? The whole point of being better than Voldemort was not becoming like him. Not solving every problem through violence. Cale was quiet for a moment. Harry, let me tell you something about power and morality. I've had 17 centuries to think about this, so I've developed some perspectives. I'm listening. Violence isn't inherently wrong. It's a tool like any other. What matters is how you use it, when you use it, and whether you've exhausted other options first. Cale leaned forward. Today you faced an invasion. Hundreds of attackers trying to kill your allies, destroy your work, murder the woman you love. You responded with force, proportional force, I might add. You incapacitated Voldemort rather than killing him. You offered Grimjaw to Goblin justice rather than executing him yourself. The people you killed were actively trying to kill Arena when you intervened. So I was justified? You were human. A human being protecting people he cares about. Kale's voice was gentle. The fact that you're sitting here questioning yourself is exactly why you're not Voldemort. He never questioned, never doubted. He saw violence as a first resort and felt no regret for its consequences. I feel regret. Good. Hold on to that. Use it to keep yourself grounded. Kale stood. But don't let it paralyze you. The world needs people who are willing to fight for what's right, and who are wise enough to know when fighting is necessary. He left quietly, and Harry was alone again with his thoughts. He looked at Arena's sleeping face, peaceful despite everything, trusting enough to rest while he watched over her. He thought about everything that had happened since his magic awakened. The goblins, the alliance, the covenant, Kale. The battles and the negotiations and the slow, difficult work of building something better. And he thought about the future, the council that would need to be established, the Death Eaters who still needed to be dealt with, the long road of reconstruction and reform that lay ahead. It was overwhelming. It was terrifying. But he wasn't facing it alone. That, Harry decided, made all the difference. He closed his eyes and let sleep finally take him. Arena woke to morning light filtering through the medical wing's artificial windows. Harry was slumped in the chair beside her bed, deeply asleep, looking more vulnerable than she'd ever seen him. His hand was stretched toward hers on the blanket, fingers just touching, as if he'd reached for her before unconsciousness claimed him. She watched him for a long moment. Remarkable, she thought. That was the word everyone kept using, and it fit. He was remarkable, not just for his power, though that was certainly impressive, but for the way he wielded it. The restraint, the compassion, the constant questioning of whether he was doing the right thing. Goblins didn't think like that. They were practical people, focused on results rather than methods. If violence achieved a goal, violence was acceptable. If deception served the nation, deception was justified. Harry's approach was different. Softer, maybe, but not weaker. He believed that how you achieved your goals mattered as much as the goals themselves. That power came with responsibility, not just to yourself, but to everyone affected by your choices. It was a philosophy that had seemed naive to her at first. Now she was starting to understand its strength. Harry stirred, his eyes fluttering open. "Morning," he mumbled. "Morning. You look terrible." "So I've been told." He straightened, wincing. "How are you feeling?" "Better. The healers say I can walk today, though they'd prefer I take it slow." "Since when do you take anything slow?" "Never. But I'm told I should try new things occasionally." She shifted, making room on the bed. "Come here. You look like you're about to fall out of that chair." Harry hesitated, then carefully moved to sit beside her on the bed. The healers would probably disapprove, but Arena didn't particularly care. "What happens now?" she asked. "Everything. Council meetings, reconstruction, tracking down the remaining threats." He sighed. "It never really ends, does it?" "No. But we don't have to face it alone." "No." He looked at her, something warm in his tired eyes. "We don't." She reached for his hand, intertwining their fingers. "Whatever comes next," she said. "We face it together. That was the deal, right?" "That was the deal." "Good." She leaned against him, closing her eyes. "Then let's rest a little longer before the world needs saving again." Harry wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. Outside the medical wing, the Goblin Nation stirred back to life. Repair crews began the long work of reconstruction. Officials debated the implications of recent events. Messengers carried updates between Gringotts and a dozen other locations. But in this small room, for this small moment, two people who'd found each other against all odds simply existed together. The future could wait. Chapter 6. What we choose 6 months later. Harry stood at the entrance to a chamber that hadn't existed a year ago. The council hall had been carved from the living rock beneath Glastonbury Tor, neutral ground, equidistant from Goblin territory, wizarding centers, and the Covenant's dimensional access points. The architecture blended styles from a dozen magical traditions. Goblin stonework, wizarding enchantments, ancient runes that predated both civilizations. It was, Harry thought, appropriately symbolic. A new space for a new era. Nervous? Irina asked, adjusting the ceremonial sash across her armor. Terrified. You, goblins don't get nervous, right? I forgot. He smiled. That's why you've checked your blade 3 times in the last 10 minutes. Precautionary verification. Completely different. They shared a look. The kind of wordless communication that had developed between them over months of working side by side, fighting side by side, building something unprecedented together. The doors opened. Time to face the future they'd been working toward. The council hall was already filled with representatives from every major magical faction. Goblins in formal bronze, led by Ragnarok himself. Wizarding delegates from 6 different nations, including a ministry contingent that had learned to treat Harry with wary respect rather than open hostility. Centaurs, werewolves, mere-people through enchanted water-viewing portals. House elves, who had never before been invited to any interspecies gathering. And at the far end of the chamber, the 7 hooded figures of the Covenant, their presence still unsettling but no longer automatically threatening. Kale was already seated at the central table, looking more comfortable in his modern robes than Harry would have expected from someone who'd spent 17 centuries in dimensional isolation. He'd adapted remarkably well to the current era, or maybe he'd simply been waiting so long for genuine connection that he'd thrown himself into rebuilding with desperate enthusiasm. Harry and Irina took their seats. The murmur of conversation faded. This session of the Magical Accord Council is called to order, Ragnarok announced, his ancient voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber. We gather to formalize the agreements developed over the past months, and to address the remaining challenges facing our alliance. Remaining challenges. That was one way to put it. Bellatrix Lestrange was still at large, leading a diminished but fanatical remnant of the Death Eaters. 3 attacks in the past month had killed 17 people and demonstrated that the threat wasn't finished just because Voldemort was imprisoned. The Ministry was cooperating more than it had before, but old prejudices died hard, and several factions still viewed the Goblin Alliance with suspicion. And the Covenant, despite their participation in the Council, remained an uncertain quantity. Their millennia of institutional paranoia wouldn't disappear overnight. But they were making progress. Real, tangible progress. The session proceeded through its agenda. Trade agreements between Goblin and Wizarding economies, rights frameworks for previously marginalized magical beings, protocols for handling future primordial manifestations. Each item had been negotiated over months of careful diplomacy, and the formal votes were largely ceremonial. But ceremony mattered. Harry had learned that from Irina. The act of gathering, of publicly committing to agreements, of demonstrating unity. These things had power beyond their practical effects. When the last vote was recorded, Ragnarok rose again. Before we adjourn, there is one additional matter to address. His obsidian eyes found Harry. A matter of a more personal nature. Harry's stomach tightened. He knew what was coming. They discussed it, planned it, agreed that this was the right moment. But knowing and experiencing were different things. 6 months ago, the Goblin Nation proposed an alliance with Harry Potter, sealed through marriage to Princess Irina Goldcrest. Ragnarok's voice was formal, carrying the weight of centuries of tradition. At that time, both parties requested delay, wishing to establish genuine connection before formalizing the bond. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. This wasn't on the official agenda. The delay was granted, and in the months since we have witnessed something remarkable. Ragnarok's expression softened almost imperceptibly. A partnership built not on political necessity, but on mutual respect. A relationship that has strengthened both parties and, through them, the alliance itself. He turned to Harry and Irina, who had risen from their seats. The time has come to ask, do you wish to formalize what you have built? Harry looked at Irina. She looked back, golden eyes steady. They'd talked about this, debated it, argued about timing and implications and whether it was too soon or too political or too public. In the end, they'd decided together, the same way they'd decided everything since that first week in the forge room. Yes, Harry said. Yes, Orina echoed. The chamber erupted. Not in chaos, the representatives were too dignified for that, but in a wave of reaction that swept from one end to the other. Surprise from those who hadn't expected this development. Satisfaction from those who had been hoping for it. Calculation from those who were already adjusting their political assessments. Ragnarok raised his hand, and silence returned. Then let it be witnessed by all gathered here. Harry Potter and Irina Goldcrest have chosen each other. The marriage will be formalized according to Goblin tradition, with wizarding elements incorporated as appropriate. He paused, something almost like pride entering his voice. My granddaughter has made me proud in many ways over her life. This choice may be the one I'm proudest of. The session adjourned into celebration. Hours later, Harry found himself on the surface of the Tor, looking out over the English countryside as the sun began to set. The celebration continued below. Food and drink and diplomatic mingling that would last well into the night. But he'd needed air, space, a moment to process everything that had happened and everything that was coming. Footsteps behind him. He didn't need to turn to know who it was. Escaping your own engagement party? Kale settled beside him on the ancient stone. Bold choice. Just taking a break. It's a lot. It is. Kale was quiet for a moment. I'm happy for you, Harry. Genuinely. What you and Irina have, it's rare. Especially for people like us. People like us? The powerful. The different. The ones everyone else either fears or wants to use. Kale's voice was thoughtful. Connection is hard when you're not sure if people see you or your capabilities. Harder still when those capabilities make genuine equality nearly impossible. Irina doesn't care about my power. No, she cares about you. About who you are underneath the primordial fire and the political significance. A slight smile. That's what makes it real. Harry considered this. What about you? 17 centuries is a long time to be alone. Now that you're free, is there someone for me? Kale laughed softly. Maybe. Eventually. Right now I'm still relearning how to exist in the world. How to interact with people who aren't trying to imprison or destroy me. He shook his head. But I'm not lonely anymore. I have purpose. I have colleagues. He glanced at Harry. I have a friend. You do. They sat in comfortable silence as the sun continued its descent, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. What happens now? Harry asked eventually. With the council, the alliance, all of it? We keep building, keep negotiating, keep trying to make something better than what existed before. Kale shrugged. It won't be easy. There will be setbacks, conflicts, moments when it seems like everything is falling apart. That's how progress works. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, repeat forever. Encouraging. Realistic. But here's the thing, Harry. Kale turned to face him fully. A year ago, none of this existed. The council, the alliance, the cooperation between species that had been enemies for centuries. It was all impossible. And yet here we are. Because we made it happen. Because we chose to make it happen. Despite the obstacles. Despite the people who told us it couldn't be done. Kale's ancient eyes were bright. That's what you've shown me. What you've shown everyone. That choice matters. That the future isn't fixed. It's something we create through our decisions and our actions. I had help. Of course you did. That's the other lesson. A genuine smile now. No one builds anything worthwhile alone. The trick is finding the right people to build with. More footsteps. Irina appeared at the edge of the stone outcropping, having shed her ceremonial sash but kept the armor. She never went anywhere without armor. The delegates are asking where you disappeared to, she said. Something about the Goblin ambassador wanting to discuss trade routes, and the Covenant representative looking constipated about something. The Covenant representative always looks constipated. Fair point. She moved to stand beside Harry, her shoulder brushing his. But we should probably go back eventually. Diplomatic obligations and all that. In a minute. Harry slipped his arm around her waist. Just enjoying the view. Irina looked out over the countryside, then up at the darkening sky where the first stars were becoming visible. "It's strange," she said quietly. "All my life, I thought I knew what my future looked like. Politics and duty and eventually a strategic marriage to someone I'd learned to tolerate. Everything planned, everything controlled, everything safe. And now I'm engaged to a human who can reshape reality, allied with an ancient being who was imprisoned for millennia, and helping lead a council that's trying to change everything about how magic works in the world." She shook her head, but she was smiling. "Nothing is planned. Nothing is controlled. Nothing is safe. Having regrets? Not even slightly." She turned to face him, golden eyes bright in the fading light. "I'm terrified, Harry. Every day, I'm terrified of what might go wrong. But I'm also," she searched for the word, "alive. For the first time in my life, I feel like I'm actually living instead of just existing. Like what I do matters, not because of my position or my bloodline, but because of who I'm choosing to be. That's how I feel too." "I know." She reached up, touching his face. "That's why we work. We're both figuring it out as we go, making it up as we go, and somehow that's turned into something real." Harry kissed her. It was gentle, unhurried, a promise rather than a demand. When they separated, Cale was studiously examining the horizon. "Don't mind me," he said dryly. "I'm just an ancient being admiring the sunset. The sunset is behind you." "So it is. How embarrassing." Irina laughed. A real laugh, unguarded and warm. Harry found himself grinning. This, he thought, this was what he'd been fighting for. Not power or politics or even survival. This connection, laughter, moments of genuine joy amid all the chaos and responsibility. "All right," he said, "let's go back. Face the delegates. Handle the constipated covenant representative. Do the diplomatic dance." "Together?" Irina asked. "Always." They walked back toward the entrance to the council hall, three figures silhouetted against the darkening sky. Behind them, the stars continued to emerge. Ancient lights that had watched civilizations rise and fall, had witnessed the imprisonment of beings like Cale and the rise of tyrants like Voldemort, had remained constant through all the chaos and change that defined magical history. Tonight, they watched something new. The wedding took place 1 month later. It was, by all accounts, the most unusual magical ceremony in living memory. Goblin traditions blended with wizarding customs, observed by representatives from every faction of the new magical accord. Centaurs performed astronomical readings. Merepeople sent blessings through their water-viewing portals. House elves provided the catering, their first time being hired rather than commanded for such work. Even the Covenant sent a formal acknowledgement, which several historians would later note as the first time they'd ever recognized a union between species. Harry stood at the altar, if you could call the ancient stone circle an altar, and watched Irina approach. She'd compromised on the dress, wearing something that combined goblin armor aesthetics with wizarding ceremonial elements. The result was striking. Bronze and silver thread woven through fabric that shifted colors as she moved, practical boots beneath a skirt that could easily accommodate a blade. She looked like exactly what she was, a warrior princess who'd chosen her own path. "You're staring," she murmured as she reached him. "Can you blame me?" "I suppose not." Her lips twitched. "You don't look terrible yourself." High praise. The ceremony began. Ragnak officiated, his ancient voice carrying words that had been spoken at goblin weddings for thousands of years, modified slightly to acknowledge the unusual circumstances. Dumbledore provided the wizarding elements, his role in the proceedings a symbol of his acceptance, however reluctant, of Harry's independence. Hermione stood among the witnesses, tears streaming down her face, clutching Ron's arm hard enough to leave bruises. Ron looked slightly uncomfortable with the display of emotion but also genuinely happy. He'd come around to Harry's choices faster than Harry had expected, once he'd understood what was actually happening. Cale watched from a position of honor, his ancient face peaceful in a way it hadn't been when Harry first freed him. 6 months of freedom, of purpose, of genuine connection. It had changed him. The bitter edge that had lingered even through their early partnership had softened into something more like hope. The vows were simple. No grand declarations or elaborate promises. Just two people committing to face the future together, whatever it held. "I choose you," Harry said. "Not because of prophecy or politics or power. Because of who you are. Because you challenge me and support me and make me better than I would be alone." "I choose you," Orina responded. "Not because it's expected or advantageous or safe. Because you see me, really see me, and you've never once tried to make me into something I'm not." The binding magic settled around them, goblin enchantments and wizarding charms intertwining into something new. Harry felt it lock into place, not a constraint but a foundation, something to build on. "By the authority vested in me by the Goblin Nation and witnessed by the Magical Accord Council," Ragnarok announced, "I declare this union complete. What has been joined, let none divide." Cheers erupted. Not polite applause, actual cheers, from delegates who'd arrived expecting formal diplomacy and found themselves caught up in something more meaningful. Harry kissed Orina, his wife, now still strange to think, and felt the weight of the moment settle over him. Everything that had happened in the past year had led to this. The awakening of his power, the alliance with the goblins, the freeing of Kale, the confrontation with Voldemort, the long negotiations with the Covenant. Each step had been terrifying and uncertain, and each step had brought him closer to something he hadn't even known he wanted. A home, family, a future built on choice rather than destiny. The celebration that followed lasted 3 days. 1 week after the wedding, Harry convened the first official meeting of his inner circle. They gathered in a new space, a tower that had been constructed specifically for this purpose, positioned at the intersection of Goblin territory and wizarding lands. The architecture was human, the wards were Goblin, and the various magical enhancements had been designed by Kale and approved by the Covenant. It was like the marriage itself, something new, something that hadn't existed before. Around the table sat the people Harry trusted most. Orina, of course, her new status as his wife adding a layer of formality to a relationship that had never needed it. Kale, representing both ancient knowledge and the perspective of a primordial who'd learned the costs of acting alone. Hermione, whose analytical brilliance had become essential to their strategic planning. Ironclad, speaking for the Goblin military interests that remained crucial to the Alliance's security. And a newer addition, Luna Lovegood, who had somehow wandered into their operations 6 weeks ago and proven unexpectedly valuable for her ability to see patterns that others missed. "Let's start with the threat assessment," Harry said. "Where are we with Bellatrix?" Ironclad pulled out a map marked with symbols Harry had learned to read. "Our intelligence suggests she's established a base somewhere in Eastern Europe. The local ministries are cooperating with tracking efforts, but she's proven difficult to pin down." "She's getting help," Hermione added. "Financial backing, safe houses, information about our movements. Someone with resources is supporting her operation." "Any leads on who?" "Several possibilities. Old pureblood families who resent the new order. Foreign interests who prefer the magical world destabilized. Possibly even elements within the Covenant who disagree with the current direction." Hermione's expression was troubled. "The honest answer is we don't know yet." "Then that becomes a priority. Knowing who's backing her tells us more about the real threat than tracking her movements." Harry turned to Kale. "What about the mystical side? Anything emerging that we should be aware of?" "The usual background noise, minor dark artifacts surfacing. A few would-be Dark Lords trying to establish themselves in remote areas. Nothing that requires immediate intervention." Kale paused. "However, I've been sensing something at the edges of my awareness. Nothing concrete yet, but there's a disturbance. Something old, stirring." "Old like you?" "Older." Kale's expression was troubled. "I'll keep monitoring. If it develops into a genuine threat, we'll need to address it." Harry nodded and turned to Luna, who was watching a point approximately 3 feet to the left of anyone present. "Luna, anything to add?" "The Raxperts have been very active around the ministry lately," she said dreamily. "Usually that means someone is planning something they don't want others to know about." Harry had learned not to dismiss Luna's observations, however strangely phrased. Can you narrow down who? Not yet, but I'll keep watching. She smiled. The Raxperts always give themselves away eventually. Arena took over with operational updates, troop movements, security concerns, diplomatic developments that required attention. The meeting continued for 2 hours, covering everything from council politics to intelligence reports to long-term strategic planning. When it finally concluded, the others filtered out, leaving Harry and Arena alone. You know, she said, settling into the chair beside him, a year ago, if someone had told me I'd be sitting in war councils with humans and ancient primordials, helping plan the future of magical civilization, you'd have called them insane? I'd have called them something less polite. She smiled. But here we are. Here we are. Harry reached for her hand. Any regrets? About the alliance? The council? The marriage? She pretended to think about it. No, none. Though I do occasionally miss the simpler days when my biggest concern was weapons inventory. You never found that simpler? No, I didn't. Her fingers intertwined with his. I spent my whole life preparing for a future I didn't choose. Training, studying, positioning myself for a role that was assigned at birth. I was good at it, really good, but I never asked if it was what I wanted. And now I'm choosing. Every day. Sometimes the choices are terrifying, sometimes they're exhausting, sometimes they're just ordinary. But they're mine. She looked at him, golden eyes warm. Ours. Harry thought about everything that had brought them to this moment. The graveyard and its horrors. The awakening of power he'd never asked for. The goblins who'd seen opportunity where others saw threat. Kale, trapped for 17 centuries, finally free. The Covenant, ancient and inflexible, beginning to change. And Arena, always Arena, challenging him and supporting him and becoming someone he couldn't imagine his life without. I love you, he said. It still felt strange to say. He'd spent so little of his life expressing that kind of emotion. But it was true. Undeniably, completely true. I know. Her smile was soft. I love you too. Which still feels strange to say, given that goblins traditionally view love as a strategic disadvantage. And now I think it might be the most strategic advantage I've ever had. She leaned over and kissed him. We should probably go. The council session starts in an hour, and you know how Ragnarok gets if we're late. One more minute. One more minute. They sat together in the tower they'd built, looking out over the landscape they were working to protect. The future stretched ahead. Uncertain, challenging, full of threats they hadn't yet identified and problems they hadn't yet solved, but also full of possibility, of hope, of the chance to build something better than what had come before. Harry had spent most of his life being defined by others, the boy who lived, the chosen one, weapons and symbols and prophecies. Now he was defining himself, choosing his own path, his own allies, his own future. It was terrifying. It was everything he'd ever wanted. 3 years later, Harry Potter stood before the Magical Accord Council and reported that Bellatrix Lestrange had been captured. The operation had taken 18 months of careful planning. Intelligence gathered by Hermione's network, military support from Ironclad's forces, mystical tracking by Kale, and Luna's inexplicable ability to be in the right place at exactly the right time. In the end, it had been almost anticlimactic. Bellatrix, for all her fanaticism, had been just one person against the combined resources of an entire alliance. She would face trial. Justice, not vengeance, the principle Harry had insisted on from the beginning. This concludes the primary threat assessment, Harry said, setting down his notes. With Bellatrix in custody and her network dismantled, the immediate danger from Death Eater remnants is effectively neutralized. However, he paused, making sure he had everyone's attention. We must remain vigilant. The conditions that created Voldemort haven't disappeared. Prejudice, inequality, fear of the different, these things persist. Our work continues. The council session moved on to other business. Trade agreements, territorial disputes, the ongoing integration of magical beings who had previously been excluded from formal political structures. Progress was slow, sometimes frustratingly so, but it was real. After the session, Harry found himself on the observation deck of the council hall, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of gold and purple. Footsteps behind him, familiar ones. Hiding from the delegates again? Orina asked, settling beside him. Taking a moment. There's a difference. If you say so. She leaned against the railing, her armor, always the armor, gleaming in the fading light. 3 years. It's been 3 years since we met. Since you walked into Gringotts and everything changed. Harry thought about it. 3 years since his world had cracked open and revealed possibilities he'd never imagined. 3 years of building, fighting, negotiating, failing, succeeding. 3 years with Orina, watching their partnership deepen into something he still didn't have adequate words for. Any regrets? He asked. You always ask me that. And you always have the same answer. Because it's always true. She turned to face him. No regrets, Harry. Not one. Even the hard parts, especially the hard parts, were worth it. Even the assassination attempt last month? That barely counts. The assassin was incompetent. He got within 10 feet of you, and then I broke his arm in 3 places. Hardly a serious threat. But she was smiling, the familiar sharp expression that Harry had learned to love. Besides, you worry too much. Between your power and my training, we're probably the 2 hardest people in the world to kill. Probably isn't definitely. Nothing is definitely. That's what makes life interesting. Harry laughed. After everything, the battles, the politics, the constant pressure of building something new, he could still laugh. Still find joy in moments like this. That, more than anything, told him they were doing something right. I have news, Orina said, her voice shifting to something more serious. News I've been waiting for the right moment to share. Good news or bad news? Good, I think. Definitely unexpected. She took a breath. I'm pregnant. Harry's brain stopped. Completely, totally stopped. For a long moment, he couldn't process the words, couldn't connect them to any kind of meaning. You're pregnant. Going to have a baby. Our baby. Orina's expression was complicated. Joy and fear and uncertainty all mixed together. I know we hadn't planned. I know the timing isn't ideal with everything happening. I know. Harry kissed her. It was probably the wrong response. There should have been words, questions, rational discussion of implications and preparations and all the practical concerns that came with this kind of news. But in that moment, all he could feel was overwhelming, bone-deep joy. A baby, he said when they finally separated. We're going to have a baby. That's generally how pregnancy works, yes. A baby. He couldn't seem to get past the word. Our baby. Harry. Orina's hand came up to touch his face. Are you okay? He searched for the right word and couldn't find one. I'm everything. Terrified and excited and happy and scared and everything. All at once. That's actually pretty accurate to how I feel too. They stood there together, holding each other as the implications sank in. A child. Family. A future that suddenly felt more real, more immediate, more precious than ever before. We should probably tell the others, Harry said eventually. Cale will want to know, and Hermione will have questions. And Ragnarok. My grandfather will want to plan the child's entire life before they're even born. Goblin tradition and all that. We won't let him. No, we won't. Orina's smile was fierce. This child will grow up with choices. Real choices. They won't be tools or weapons or political assets. They'll be a person, with their own path to find. Like we found ours. Like we found ours. Harry looked out at the darkening sky, at the stars beginning to emerge, at the world they'd spent 3 years trying to protect and improve. Everything was different now. Everything would continue to change. There would be new challenges, new threats, new moments of fear and doubt and uncertainty. But there would also be this. A child who would grow up in a world where goblins and humans worked together, where ancient enemies found common ground, where power was used to build rather than destroy. A world they had chosen to create. Come on, he said, taking Irina's hand. Let's go tell everyone. They walked back into the council hall together, ready to share their news, ready to face whatever came next, ready for the future. 15 years later, a girl with black hair and eyes that shifted between green and gold stood before the same council hall and prepared to make her own choices. Lily Potter Goldcrest, named for her grandmother, trained by her parents, inheritor of powers that no one fully understood, was about to step into a world her family had helped create. Behind her stood Harry and Irina, both older now, both carrying the marks of years spent in leadership and conflict and the slow work of building something better. They'd faced more threats since that first year. The ancient disturbance Kale had sensed had eventually manifested and required 2 years of careful intervention to resolve. New Dark Lords had risen and been defeated. The council had nearly collapsed twice before finally stabilizing into something durable. Through it all, they'd held onto each other, onto their principles, onto the belief that the future could be better than the past. Now their daughter was ready to continue that work. You don't have to do this, Harry said quietly. The council position can wait. You're only 15, there's no rush. I know. Lily's voice was calm, confident. She'd inherited Irina's composure along with Harry's instincts. But I want to. I've been preparing for this my whole life. Because we prepared you. Because you gave me the choice to be prepared. That's different. She turned to face her parents. You built something amazing. Something that changed everything about how magic works in the world. But you didn't build it to last forever without change. You built it to grow, to adapt, to become something even better than what you imagined. And you want to be part of that growth. I want to continue what you started. In my own way, with my own ideas, making my own mistakes. She smiled, Harry's smile, warm and slightly self-deprecating. You always told me that choice is what matters. Well, I'm choosing this. Irina stepped forward, adjusting her daughter's ceremonial sash. A blend of goblin and wizarding elements, just like the one she'd worn at her own wedding. You're remarkable, she said softly. Have I mentioned that lately? Only about 100 times. Then let me make it 101. Irina's golden eyes were bright. You're remarkable, Lily. Not because of your powers or your heritage, but because of who you are. Who you've chosen to be. I learned from the best. Harry moved to stand beside Irina, looking at the young woman their daughter had become. She had Irina's discipline and his compassion, her tactical mind and his instinct for connection. She was, in many ways, the best of both of them. But she was also entirely herself. Her own person, with her own strengths and weaknesses, her own dreams and fears. They'd raised her to be independent, to question everything, to never accept a path just because someone else laid it out for her. Now she was proving they'd succeeded. Whatever happens in there, Harry said. Whatever challenges you face, whatever moments make you doubt yourself, remember this. You're not alone. You never have to be alone. I know, Dad. Lily pulled them both into a hug. Fierce, brief, full of emotion. I love you. Both of you. We love you too. Then she was gone, walking through the doors of the council hall, stepping into a future she would help shape. Harry and Irina stood together, watching their daughter disappear into the chamber where they'd spent so many years working toward this moment. She's going to be amazing, Irina said. She already is. But she's going to make mistakes, face challenges we can't predict, deal with problems we never imagined. Probably. Harry slipped his arm around his wife's waist. But she'll handle them, the same way we handled ours. Imperfectly, sometimes painfully, but always moving forward. Always choosing. Always choosing. They stood there as the sun set over the council hall, over the world they'd helped build, over the future they'd given to their daughter. Behind them, the past. All the battles and triumphs, the losses and victories. The long, hard road from a boy in a cupboard to a man who'd helped reshape magical civilization. Ahead of them, the unknown. New challenges, new opportunities, new chances to prove that choice mattered more than destiny. And between them, always between them, the connection they'd built through years of fighting side by side, of supporting and challenging each other, of choosing every single day to face the world together. It wasn't a fairy tale ending. It wasn't happily ever after in any simple sense. It was better. It was real. Come on, Orina said, tugging at his hand. Kale's hosting dinner tonight, and you know how he gets if we're late. One more minute. One more minute. They watched the last light fade from the sky, watched the stars emerge, watched the world turn toward another day. Then they walked together into whatever came next. Some stories end with a final battle, a climactic victory, a moment of completion. This one ended with a choice, and another choice, and another, forever.